Hello, welcome. Baby walk, what up? What up? Let's go. Sitek, welcome. Doug, hello. What up, Doug? How are you, sir? How are you?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
What? Are we?
He should kiss my ass.
Let's go. Yo, Michael, what up?
Globalized intifada.
Are we all ready to globalize the empanadas?
Globalized intifada.
Well done, my boy.
देखा मैंने कितना अच्छा डांस करता है.
Hey, Robin San Diego, welcome. Folks, I was away yesterday. Hey, no fixed address. I was away yesterday.
Fool me once. Shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled.
Look, I felt tired yesterday. I think it was straight 8 days of streaming and making content. I was a little bit tired. I felt like I wanted to go to bed a little early yesterday.
I want to be a good boy.
I hope that's all right. But I'm here today, rested and ready to go.
Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah, Navy!
Salam, Jujus. Welcome. Hey, Faye. Not Oba, welcome. Self-care is important. Yes. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for understanding.
I want to be a good boy.
Walaikum assalam. Not Oba. Welcome. Yeah, you know what? I slept like way more. I slept at like 8 p.m., maybe even earlier than that, and I woke up in the morning. I kind of just blacked out, you know? I had one of those blackout sleeps. Hey, 8-bit supercomputer. Welcome, DJ Halls. Yeah, it was bloody awesome. I haven't had a sleep like that in a long time.
Head of Mossad.
A very, very long time.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate.
I felt in this economy.
I want to be a good boy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, once in a while it's nice to get some sleep. I mean, I'm jealous of myself from yesterday. Hey, Curves, welcome. But I'm ready. You know, I'm ready today.
Incoming raid.
Shiny Pikachu!
Welcome. Hope you stick around and hit that follow button.
Shiny! Welcome, Raiders. Hey, Coco Millie. Oh, my gosh. I feel like a lot of spaces I heard from today overslept. Nice. Blue Room, hello. Shiny to the moon. And let me play among the stars. Hello, Shiny. How are you? It's good to see you. It's been a few days. Just now I saw the words Israeli TV news is having a full-on crash out in one of my Discord politics channels, and that's a good way to wake up. Oh, it's beautiful. Nice, Shiny. You know Frank funded the Nakba, right? Yes! Oh my gosh, Matt! I can't put anything past you, Matt. You got me.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Sinatra did fund the Nakba, everybody. If you didn't know. If you didn't know, Sinatra funded the Nakba.
He should kiss my ass.
Now look what's happened. Now look. America and Israel are breaking up like two lovers that never actually loved each other. And Trump is getting all over Xi's nuts. I set y'all up. I set you up. I set you up. Xi's nuts. I set all of you up. Xi's nuts. No, it's real. It's real. They're breaking up. Fighting Gale, yo!
I want to be a good boy.
Welcome, Fighting Gale. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so good to see you, Fighting Gale. I feel like it's been a long time. You may be wondering if...
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
No. Not now. Iran's a bigger subject. But hey, you know what?
There is a list.
That didn't even make sense. That didn't even make sense. I'm just pushing buttons now.
Yeah, I will. If they don't give that plan up, yeah.
I'm just pushing buttons.
So there we are.
Okay. Well, let's get into it. Oh, I missed you guys. For the 24 hours that I wasn't here. I missed all of you. Welcome. Okay, so the first segment of the live today is about le ceasefire, as the French would say. Le ceasefire or le ceasefire? Is the ceasefire male or female? I don't know. U.S. to allow Iran to immediately start selling oil and fuel again. Oh! Let's go! Did you just call me Unk, Jujus? No! No!
He should kiss my ass.
Excuse me? Oh my gosh. My son's friends call me uncle. Hey, Shadspork. It's def a male ceasefire. Nice.
I want to be a good boy.
Yes, you have achieved Unk status in my books. You should be honored. Nice. It has female concern doge. So, yeah, Iran can sell oil now? The U.S. will allow Iran to immediately start selling oil and fuel again as part of the deal to end the war. The Wall Street Journal reported, citing sources familiar with the matter. Boomfa! Isn't that indigenous thing in New Zealand, uncle and auntie? You don't trust USA. They just want time to think how they can come back. So Iran will just block the Strait of Hormuz again, me.
Globalized intifada.
They'll just block the Strait of Hormuz again. It's good. Yeah, Trump finally opened up his strait. I mean, the strait. Yeah, no one should trust America, okay? No one should trust America. No one should trust Israel. Israel bombed Lebanon again today, breaching the ceasefire agreement. So we may be back into it before we even know it, okay?
There is a list.
We may be back into it. You know, America has done this again and again.
Fool me once. Shame on.
I'm not going to get fooled again, America.
Shame on you.
You're not going to fool me again.
They fool me. We can't get fooled.
You ain't gonna fool me again, America. No, sir. No, sir.
Head of Mossad.
I just fooled you.
He should kiss my ass.
Anyway, there's some promising shit happening, including a $300 billion fund, which we'll talk about soon. Iran can only sell oil if they keep to the terms of the deal, as U.S. official told Reuters. Keep to the terms of the deal. Keep Hormuz open. That's it. That's the deal. It includes the free flow of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz and not obtaining a nuclear weapon. Firstly, they were never going to obtain a nuclear weapon, and the Strait of Hormuz was open before Trump and Netanyahu bombed Iran. Okay? It was open. It was open, and they didn't have a nuclear weapon before bombing Iran. So now, they don't have a nuclear weapon, and Hormuz is blocked, but they may actually open it now. But Iran has a $300 billion fund. $300 billion. Such a move is likely to be controversial with many politicians and lawmakers opposed to offering Iran financial relief. Hey, Radio Free Cloud, welcome. It comes as oil prices sunk again on Tuesday, pulling back to $80 per barrel for the first time since early March, which the U.S. stock market drifts near, while the U.S. stock market drifts near its all-time high. Wow. The stock market is drifting to its all-time high. The Dow, everybody. Not to mention Trump raised the cost of the ballroom, $300 million. Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing compared to the $300 billion fund that's being set up for Iran.
Head of Mossad.
Okay. And then the New York Times has written this. Iran will enter nuclear talks feeling emboldened. Oh, so now your problem is after bombing them, killing loads of children, emboldened? Emboldened, really? Despite military setbacks during the war, Tehran is presenting a narrative of victory before negotiations with Washington. What do you mean, narrative of victory? Oh my gosh. Everybody, apparently America didn't win this and neither did Iran. Wait a second. What? The largest military in the world with its most violent proxy attacked a country that then sanctioned the West by blocking the Strait of Hormuz. And now America has capitulated in a deal and excluded Israel from even signing the deal. This is the biggest fucking W. You know what? The better way to say it, mission accomplished. Better way to say it would be, I think it is one of the largest military blunders in the history of military activity. I think Donnie has done something here that will get his name written into the history books, but not for the reasons he thinks. I think Donald has dropped the ball on this one so badly that future historians are going to look at this and go, Donnie really fucked this one up, didn't he? You know? Donnie fucked it. Damn. Viva Palestina! In the days after Iran and the United States reached a preliminary agreement to pause their war, Iranian politicians, generals and clerics from a range of political factions described the deal as a victory that showed Tehran's resilience against a far more powerful enemy. That is the position Iran's leaders are pushing, even though the country lost a slew of its top political and military figures, suffered a battering to its stock of ballistic missiles, and was left with an economy strained even further by a naval blockade. Okay, bro. Okay. The craziest thing about all of this is, maybe all of those things happened. Do you think if America felt like it was winning, it would just stop and provide the concessions that it has? I'm sorry, Yagana Torbati. You have lost your marbles on this one, lady. You have lost your marbles on this one. What Iran did is much more than just stop America. It has stopped a superpower from taking advantage of the situation. If America had an ounce of leverage here, folks, if America even had an inkling of leverage here, they would not have gotten into this deal. America would have tried to get concession after concession after concession until there was nothing left, because that's how America works. You can't do a deal with an imperial power. You can't. But in this case, they have capitulated. They have capitulated, which is massive. America capitulated on this deal because they don't have leverage. Iran knows now that it can fuck up the global economy, which is insane. That is leverage. Iran has taken a major step toward final victory. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, who has played a major role in negotiating the deal, wrote on social media on Monday. As negotiations were nearing an agreement, Sadegh Amoli Larijani, chairman of a powerful appointed council that supervises the work of the government, wrote on social media on Saturday that Iranians had shown a renewed spirit of resistance and defeated U.S.-Israeli plans to overthrow the Islamic Republic. Yeah, exactly. I was definitely not expecting America to capitulate this quickly. Yeah, it's bad. Iran had Donny Boy by Xi's nuts. Well, Donnie's nuts, but you get the point. They had a vice-like grip on Donnie's Xi's nuts. It was like a vice-like grip, folks. And Donnie capitulated because there was too much pressure from around the world. They couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Roshan, welcome. Prof, how are you? Yeah, they obliterated. You play too much. Not enough, Jujus. Not enough. You called me Unk, by the way. How dare you? Some of the backslapping is most likely aimed at presenting a united front, both abroad and at home, where a vocal hardline minority has protested the agreement as a betrayal of those killed in the war. Tired, no longer attainable at work as their ace in the hole. No mas. Oh my gosh. Unks, rise up. Let's go.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
It's possible that Jolani may be mobilized to attack Hez. Yeah, I heard Donnie say something. It won't happen. What's your thoughts on the deal between US and Iran? I think Iran got the best of by far a much better deal than the JCPOA. The deal that's there on the table right now is so much better than the JCPOA. It's crazy. Yes, that means you leveled up, Unk. Means you're more important. Thank you. Not the one. Evening noise. Evening, not the one. Trump looked worse than usual at the G7. Yeah. Oh, he's not in good shape, is he? Yeah. So I honestly think there's a lot of cope happening in the West at the moment, in Western media. So we're going to enjoy we're going to enjoy a little bit of this. We're going to enjoy it today, okay? We're going to enjoy some liberal tears, some MAGA tears, some non-MAGA Republican tears, if there is such a thing. Oh, our cups are going to be full with tears at the moment, and it's going to be so delicious, like sugarcane juice. The comments also reflect the genuine perception of Iran's leaders, who can point to the fact that the terms of the agreement, though still not fully known, will fall far short of what President Trump had previously declared as his goals in starting the war. Total and complete victory for the United States and unconditional surrender for Iran. So much cope happening online right now. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. The cope is like the most delicious part of this whole thing. There's so much fucking cope. Oh. Ooh. Unironically, Trump saying Israel would not exist without America is more reasonable is a more reasonable take than the average MAGA guy on Twitter right now. Oh, totally. We're all waiting with our popcorn. I surrender. Where's my 300 billion USD? Yeah. If you surrender, we'll give you 300 billion, okay? You surrender right now, we'll give you 300 billion. We'll lift the sanctions. We'll remove your oil embargo. Okay? Surrender right now. Surrender now. The style of Iran's leadership has also changed as a result of the war. Some pragmatic figures, such as the national security official Ali Larijani, were killed, while the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the military force that defends Iran's system of clerical rule, has consolidated power. Trump is eating McDonald's. That's not exactly healthy food. I wonder if they have a McDonald's at the G7. If not, he can have it flown in. If I had access to the private chef, McDonald's is the last food I would be eating. Yeah. The long-term impact of those changes is still to be seen, but the shifts raise the question of how willing the military, now even more powerful, will be to take serious concessions at the negotiating table. What do you mean serious concessions, lady? What do you mean? Iran literally just outplayed, outmaneuvered. This is how Iran's been waiting for this for 40. Do you think a couple of their leaders being killed is going to stop this? What America did was increase the theocratic government's hold on Iran, if anything. They did the opposite of what they wanted to do. Mr. Trump's rhetoric also appears to be adding to Iran's leader's confident tone. You can't call it victory. You are anti-retreating, but you get the money. America equals annoying school bully who is obnoxious even after getting his ass kicked by a small kid. Yeah. I heard Greenland wanted us to invade so they can get their 300 billion. Everyone's going to want fucking America to invade them. While Israel exists, Iran can never be safe. No one in that region can be safe, it feels like. Mr. Trump's... Okay, wait. Where am I? Oh, yeah. Mr. Trump's rhetoric also appeared to be adding to Iran's confident tone. The American president has publicly excoriated Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel for mounting attacks on Lebanon that nearly derailed the US-Iran deal, and he has described Iran's current leadership, including the supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei, as pragmatists. On Tuesday, Mr. Trump said Iran's leadership was now rational compared to, in his view, the leaders who were killed at the outset of the war. According to Mr. Trump's account of the deal, Iran is to allow shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a return to the status quo before the war. But in what is perhaps an indication of the leverage Iran feels it. Why do they keep saying Iran feels it has? It's leverage. They're so... oh, my... Western media, bro. It's so stupid. Of course Iran has leverage. Iran feels it has. Everyone can see it, bro. Tehran has indicated that it intends to charge ships for passing through the strait, which it did not do before the war. The rump played let's make deal and got us. Iran is certain to be emboldened by this deal, said Mehrzad Boroujerdi, an Iran expert at Missouri University of Science and Technology. Definitely not a guy you should take any advice about Iran from. Okay? Mr. Mehrzad is most likely a Pahlavism. I cannot recall another instance in which Iran suffered such serious military setbacks yet emerged with what could be considered a diplomatic victory. What are the military setbacks, guys? What are the military setbacks? These people keep saying they experience such military setbacks. What are they? Tell me what the setbacks are. They destroyed missiles, but they still have missiles. Okay, they destroyed radar. They still have radar. They killed a few of their leaders. So what? They have more leaders now. They'd been waiting for this. They knew exactly how they were going to react to an American attack. They knew. In every sense of the moment, in every part of this moment, America misplayed this to such a huge degree that Iran was literally saying, we will block the Strait of Hormuz if you attack us. And on day fucking 2, bro, they blocked it. They blocked Hormuz on day 2 of this attack. A massive blunder. In Iran, much of this narrative is a familiar one, honed during 8 years of war with Iraq. Oh, gosh. That war, which began in 1980, was framed by Iranian officials as an underdog struggle against a foreign invader and its powerful allies. Who armed Iraq? Who armed Iraq? By the way, who armed Iraq during that time? Can someone please remind me? Who armed Iraq? Iran may have achieved more now than it did in the aftermath of that war, said Hamid Reza Azizi, an Iranian security expert at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. An Iranian security expert at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Oh my gosh. For the first time, its role in the Strait of Hormuz has, to some extent, been de facto reorganized. While regional countries appear to be seeking accommodation with Iran rather than confrontation, he said. All our military generals from the past administration said we got our asses kicked. Yeah, totally. America, bro. America lost this, like, insanely. If these journalists had an ounce of integrity, they would be saying that. They don't. They're all fucking pro-America douchebags. Iranian negotiators have even felt emboldened enough to insist that Lebanon, where Israel has been fighting Iran's ally Hezbollah, be included in the agreement, Mr. Azizi added. Iran has claimed the deal would extend to stopping fighting in Lebanon, though Israel has pushed back, saying its forces would remain there. The Iranian leadership sees itself as being able to dictate terms that, in its view, should be binding not only on the United States, but on Israel as well. Of course it does. That's why Iran won, because Trump is on the blower to Bibi right now, telling him to stop fucking attacking Lebanon. Okay? Trump is like, Bibi, shut your ass, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing, Bibi?
I want to be a good boy.
The agreement punted the most vexing disputes between Iran and the United States, the fate of the Iranian nuclear program, and what kind of sanctions relief the country should receive in return for limiting it. to later rounds of talks expected to begin on Friday in Switzerland. With Iran entering those talks feeling confident, its negotiators may be unwilling to make compromises on the key points of disagreement, including the future of Iran's current stockpile of enriched uranium. The nuclear negotiations will be the real test of the durability of this arrangement, Mr. Boroujerdi said. If tensions in the Strait of Hormuz have subsided by that stage, Trump may find it more difficult to extract major concessions from Tehran.
They don't know what the they're doing.
They really don't. You keep yawning, Noisy. Are you getting enough sleep? Weirdly, yeah, I had heaps of sleep last night. I don't know why I'm yawning, actually. Maybe I just ate too much. I don't know. Too many carbs. All right. So let's listen to this. This is great. This is cope on a level that I think it's a good starter. It's a good starter for a copium tour. U.S.-Israel alliance divides Republicans and Democrats. This was on Al Jazeera before. A couple of Republican conservative speakers on this one. It gets real funny. I yawn a lot when I work out. I see.
A country Benjamin Netanyahu often calls Israel's greatest ally. For decades, the two countries have shared a deep and strategic alliance, with Israel's influence reaching right into the heart of the two major political parties. But growing tensions over foreign policy goals have put that relationship into question, as well as created a make-or-break moment for politicians. I'll have more on that later. But first, Neve Barker is in our Washington studio.
Thank you, Roz. Well, the Trump administration has secured a fragile truce to end months of direct military conflict with Iran. And the shockwaves are not only tearing through the bedrock of American politics, but putting one of its strongest alliances to the test. Well, in a moment, we'll speak to our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, at the White House and ask whether America's relationship with Israel right now is experiencing a fracture or just a bit of friction.
Walaikum
ordering
assalam.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to cease strikes on Lebanon and Iran, President Trump's exposed a profound rift within his own party. Traditional conservative hawks versus a rising non-interventionist America First movement. In the Democrat Party, a progressive surge against AIPAC, the powerful multi-million-dollar pro-Israel lobbying group, threatens to upend the political establishment. All of this playing out as the decades-long U.S.-Israeli relationship is being tested at the highest level.
I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect.
Whoa! What is up with Trump? He looks... He's looking less orange.
Respect to Lebanon.
We have common goals. Sometimes we have, as in the best of families, you
have,
these tactical disagreements. We always find a way to work them out.
He's very, very good man. He'll do whatever I want him to do.
President Trump and I have known each other for many years. He's the President of the United States, and I'm the Prime Minister of Israel.
No shit, Sherlock.
Many times we see eye to eye, and there are also times when we don't see eye to eye. I'm responsible for Israel's security interests, and I insist on them.
Without the United States, there would be no Israel.
And the alliance isn't only being tested between President and Prime Minister, it's also driving a wedge through the broader conservative movement. What was once a safe bet for baseline support...
It's also driving a wedge through their Hormuzzi.
...for Israel isn't so clear now.
Well, we have a lot of allies in the region, really, because all your allies are saying don't do this. They've all said don't do this, except for Israel.
If the United States is going to have a close relationship with Israel, if they're going to be our close ally or important ally or even our friend, tell me why that's good. Stop yelling at me.
They have lost support amongst their dearest friends. And even the entire Democrat Party here in the United States has turned against them, and they're losing Republicans by the day here in America, which is their most important ally.
Well, the US has been supportive of Israel for nearly 8 decades, with only the mildest of tensions between President and Prime Minister erupting in the last 15 years or so. Bipartisan congressional support for Israel has been more robust until this year, with fractures never before seen within the Democratic and Republican parties. Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan explains.
The president of Israel, Dr. Chaim Weizmann, meets America's president, Harry Truman, and gives him a...
Since 1948, it's been a balancing act for U.S. presidents between supporting Israel and maintaining ties with Arab nations.
The people you help most are the ones that get most angry with you.
An American president must make a decision that does not, in effect, give the Israelis a blank check.
TikTok, if you're wondering what that crown is on my head, it is for the Community Fest, and yeah, I've joined it. I've joined the Community Fest, which is about celebrating this community. It isn't about doing like shitty games or anything like that. It's about this community, and the support that goes into this live will get points into the Community Fest. Okay. This is one of the only competitions that I felt like I could take part in because it didn't involve playing those stupid games that TikTok has. It's just about this live community, so I'm taking part in it.
But the 1973 October War marked a turning point in U.S.-Israel relations, from a cautious support to a strategic partnership in which Israel became a key U.S. ally in the Middle East.
Our number one commitment in the Middle East is to protect the right of Israel to exist permanently, and to exist in peace.
But this year, the balance may have been disrupted because of the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. At the center, President Donald Trump, who has announced a deal with Iran this week that on the surface ignores Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's priorities, deposing the government in Tehran and its proxies, including Hamas and Hezbollah. Republicans and Democrats here on Capitol Hill are trying not to tip the scales when it comes to their traditional bipartisan support for Israel. But public criticism is making that harder. After decades of accepting campaign donations from AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobbying group, a growing number of Democrats is turning the money down under pressure from their constituents. Even progressives, such as Senator Bernie Sanders, have been blasted for supporting Israel's right to exist.
I think, and I hope that as most people in this room know, I led the effort in the United States Senate to end U.S. military aid to Israel.
On the Republican side, Kentucky Representative Thomas Massie, one of the most prominent Republican critics of U.S. policy toward Israel, lost his re-election bid because he opposed Trump's decision to wage war.
I think the most candid answer came from the Secretary of State, who told the press that Israel forced our hand and dragged us into this war.
But for every Thomas Massie, there's a Senator Tom Cotton who wants to expand intelligence sharing between the U.S. and Israel, a proposal that has angered some voters. The U.S. already provides $3.8 billion in military aid to Israel every year. The U.S.-Iran agreement might go beyond ending the war. It is exposing the growing strains in the American-Israeli relationship. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Okay, well, let's bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fish, who's at the White House. Good to see you, Alan. So firstly, what makes this presidency different when it comes to maintaining that U.S.-Israeli alliance, Alan?
By the way, YouTube and Twitch, if you want to know what my screen looks like on TikTok, this is what it looks like. So there is a community fest thing happening on TikTok, and yeah, like these little 1 coin gifts add to the points. So yeah, I've just got it on. If you didn't know what I was talking about before.
Well, Donald Trump has credit with the Israeli government. In his first term, he was the president that finally moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for all the gifts.
About the growing settlements in the occupied West Bank, unlike Barack Obama. But he did get angry this time around when Benjamin Netanyahu seemed to undercut him when it came to his making a deal with Iran. He was very angry, profanely so, with Benjamin Netanyahu when he started striking targets in southern Lebanon and in Beirut, and that risked the deal. And Donald Trump saw that as a much bigger deal than the fact that Israel was attacking people they perceived as their enemies. Now, Donald Trump has often talked about the relationship and how he is well liked in Israel.
All performative disagreement.
Among Republicans who are concerned at the fact that they felt that this time they were dragged into a war, given credence by what Marco Rubio said about Israel attacking and then the US attacking as well. So there are growing voices here, and that could well impact Donald Trump's support in Israel because they don't like this deal. And if that support starts to go down, it could impact not just the relationship Israel has with this White House, but also the relationship it has with America.
Many thanks for that. Alan Fisher, our chief US correspondent there at the White House. Well, let's introduce our guest panel now. Michaela Montgomery.
Oh my God, this guest panel is so off the chain. Just wait till you hear this. Wait till you hear this. That lady, by the way, is a Black American conservative. So she is a conservative. So just listen to her. I was taken aback by what she was saying because I just didn't understand it. But yeah, listen in.
Montgomery is a conservative activist and political commentator, and Mark Feifley. He's a Republican strategist and former White House national security advisor. A very, very warm welcome to This Is America. Good to have you in the studio. Mark, if I could start with you, if I may, because in Washington circles, Israel is often regarded as something of a US proxy in the same way that I guess Iran has regional proxies. You know, in Yemen, the Houthis or Hezbollah in Lebanon. But a proxy is supposed to toe the line, isn't it, when it comes to its main sponsor? When Benjamin Netanyahu ignores a Trump-brokered breakthrough with Iran and has to be told publicly to stand down, isn't that proxy now wagging the dog? Isn't that bad for American security?
So I think that Israel, its challenge is that it very much wants the pressure to continue on Iran for their own existence. Donald Trump wants the pressure to come up with a deal, and that's where the challenge is right now. And as far as a proxy, in some ways, yes.
Not a lot of Black conservatives in the States? No, I think there are. I think they're just not. I just don't think they're platformed as much, but I think there are. I mean, it's not small. It's not a small community for sure.
So the United States spends about $4 to $6 billion a year on Israeli aid. It also spends about $1.5 billion on Jordanian aid, about $1.5 billion on Egyptian aid, several hundred millions of dollars for Lebanon. All of those countries surround Israel. So it's more of that challenge that the United States has had for 47 plus years of trying to protect Israel and trying to battle against the Iranian regime. And really it comes down to the fact that for all that time, the United States and our citizens have heard about Hamas. We've heard about Hezbollah. We've heard about the Ayatollahs in Iran and the Supreme.
90% of Black people voted against Trump. 10% is a big number still, Michael. That's what I'm saying is 10% is still a big number. I'm not saying it's a lot, but it's definitely, it's not something you can ignore.
Leaders and how their hate for America is. But we haven't heard from Israel, and what we haven't been able to get and achieve is what is a solution for peace in southern Lebanon, in Gaza, with Iran. And I think that that's why America's patience, because of all these long wars, is growing shorter. We still have a good relationship with Israel,
Morning, Rosa.
but it's not on the autopilot that it probably was in previous years.
Not a good relationship, but how then does the United States get Israel to toe the line? I mean, is cutting aid an option? Is that the only way of reasserting key authority here?
I think that's one thing, and I think both the Israelis and the U.S. is kind of looking at that possibility.
Wavy!
But it comes down to...
I just saw Wavy join. How are you, Wavy? Israel is a United States government proxy in the Middle East? Yes. Cozy touch. Well said.
Can this negotiation that's now going to happen, that is going to be signed on Friday, can that actually turn into a long-term peace? Or will the Iranians use the lifting of sanctions, this $300 billion fund that's being set up, to just put more arms and more dependency on these Iranian proxies that we talked about? Are they going to stop funding Hezbollah in southern Lebanon? Are they going to stop funding the Houthis in Yemen? The militias that are going on in Syria, in Iraq, and other places? Or will this just continue, this long-term bad situation in the Middle East?
Michaela, turning to you, it sounds like it's far too complicated a
Hey,
picture
Lisa.
to just say, look, we're going to make sure that the revenue streams, the cash
Lisa,
going
you're on-
directly to Tel Aviv
you're on
immediately
TikTok
stops
today.
to leverage some kind of influence over Israel. How do you see it?
I think that when it comes to our relationship with Israel,
Ah,
it goes
Ram,
all the
yeah.
way back to its founding.
There you go, Ram. Yeah, it's 92% black women and 72% black men that voted against Trump. Hey, you just moved to Twitch now.
I also believe that the rift, much to its
Do I feel censorship has increased drastically? On TikTok maybe. Like I don't get as many views on my videos, like not anywhere close. Maybe. Like I was getting 1 million views a week, right? So maybe my situation is a little different. Now I'm probably getting, I don't know, like maybe 100,000 views a week. So yeah, 10x drop. So I think, yeah, there is a bit more, it looks like.
point is caused by a lot of people simply not understanding here what's going on. I
see,
think
Lisa.
the solvency here is to get anyone to play hardball. I think it's more.
That's okay, Sean. Like I'm not particularly, like I wasn't particularly trying for views or anything. I've just been putting information out, so it doesn't particularly bother me, you know. It's market confidence, nice.
So to educate the masses on why we're there in the first place, why we have such a strong allyship with them in the first place. What does regional
Maybe I've just fallen off, Sean. Maybe I've just fallen off.
stability in the Middle East really look like? Because
Michael, can you stop calling the group blacks? Like, just say black people, because blacks is a very sort of derogatory way of saying it.
As for a lot of your average voters, you know, regional stability isn't something we think about because we live here in the United States. We've never had to worry about regime change or a coup or
What about whites? Yeah, you can definitely say whites for sure.
anything of that nature happening here. Human rights violations happen
Right.
here, they
Whites.
get dealt with. So if they're going on in other places, it's important for people to understand why the United States would feel obligated to ensure that humans all over the place have the right to live
I agree, Sean.
and have the right to, you know, just the pursuit of happiness.
Well, you made an interesting point there. Do you think that message has become muddled, Mark? I mean, how would you simplify why the US has this relationship with Israel right now?
So I think it's not anti-Israel, but it's American fatigue. You know, so I worked for the National Security Council. We were in this Iraq war from 2003 until...
It's not anti-black. It's white fatigue. Imagine. What a crazy framing, bro. What a crazy framing. Yeah, it's anti-Israel.
2009 or 10. We were in Afghanistan for several decades. We've had this battle, this silent Cold War against Iran for pretty much my entire adult life. So I think it's more of fatigue for the United States and looking at it and saying, like, I go back to last October when the Gaza peace treaty was signed, the ceasefire in Egypt. And Donald Trump, the American president, asked Mr. Netanyahu to come to that event, kind of show that he's looking forward to kind of a new relationship and how he can actually work with his Middle East partners and other people in the international community. Mr. Netanyahu decided not to go. And I think that sends a signal that really what America is looking for is solutions right now. We're $40 trillion in debt right now. Our children or grandchildren are going to be paying for this. To continue that type of support in the Middle East for the long term, I don't think those blank checks are going to be written anymore in the foreseeable years.
Let's get
the Samson option. I don't know, man. I think these people are far more apocalyptic in their rhetoric than they are in real life, honestly. It's not the world economy shutting down. It's not all out bases up in smoke. It's fatigue. Yeah, exactly. Red Bob Scoff. Yeah, it's fatigue. The debt. What about the people being murdered? Exactly.
An understanding of where opinions are on this, because
I'm reading a great book right now called The Dollar Trap. Guys, get the book, The Dollar Trap. It is such a great example of how economists constantly leave out, how economists constantly don't take into account human suffering in how they frame things. Morena, Practical Magic. Morena, kia ora, welcome. I'm good, thank you. How are you doing? The Dollar Trap. Yeah, it's a really interesting book. Economist wrote it. It talks about why the US dollar continues to maintain power. It was written in 2013, so obviously a lot has changed since then. But it like read it and understand it, and you'll get an idea of how neoliberalism really thinks about money and growth in particular. It's crazy. They completely miss the human side of it. They don't take that into account at all. You know, growth and flows of capital, GDP, all of these sorts of things. It's just the craziest read. It'll piss you off, but I think everyone should just read it a little bit, especially to understand how global economies work. I think we all need to get pretty educated on how money influences the world. We really do need to get educated on that, all of us.
I've got some data for you to mull over. Let me read you this, because a recent New York Times Siena poll shows that 29% of potential Republican voters think Trump has been too supportive of Israel. And opposition to Israeli aid among Republicans has jumped to 37%.
Robbie, kia ora.
What do you make of those figures, Michaela? I mean, it appears that public opinion is wildly different to the reality on the ground, isn't it?
Yep, and much like I said earlier, it's about educating people about what's going on there. I don't think people understand the different innovation that we're exploring over there when we are.
The book's called The Dollar Trap. Mamaxon. The Dollar Trap. It explains also why during the 2008 financial crisis, 2007-2008 financial crisis, why the American dollar actually gained strength, not lost after that. Insane. Like, how this whole system works is so, like, it's all vibes. It's all vibes. It's crazy.
Working with Israel, whether it be with medtech, whether it be with education, all sorts of.
Hey, actually, listen to this bit, what this lady's saying. This is, by the way, a black conservative lady.
Educating people about what's going on there. I don't think people understand the different innovation that we're exploring over there when we are working with Israel, whether it be with medtech, whether it be with education, all sorts of different sectors. And so, again, I understand why people feel like we're doing too much for this one little country so far away from us. We can understand why, when we have so many problems here in America, why people wouldn't understand the concept of so much foreign aid when we have so many domestic issues. But again, I don't think anybody has really taken the time to break down to the average voter, to the average American, what exactly this relationship is, what benefit we get from working with our brothers and sisters across the water.
On that note, I mean, there have been some politicians that have attempted to lift the lid, particularly on the relationship with the very, very powerful Israeli lobby, AIPAC, and we've got an explainer on that a bit later on. But before we move on, I want to play you a clip of a Tucker Carlson interview with Thomas Massie, former Republican representative for Kentucky's 4th Congressional District from 2012 until his defeat in that Republican primary primary in May of this year.
Someone
Here he shares his experience of AIPAC's influence over US politicians, even suggesting that lawmakers are assigned minders to influence decision-making. Take a listen.
Well, I have Republicans who come to me on the floor and say, I wish I could vote with you today. Yours is the right vote, but I would just take too much flack back home.
Shelbs, thank you for the follow.
And I have Republicans who come to me and say, that's wrong what AIPAC is doing to you. Let me talk to my AIPAC person. By the way, everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What does that mean, an AIPAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your AIPAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for AIPAC.
All right, so you don't get lost in the weeds. Let's give you an idea of what AIPAC is all about. The acronym stands for the American-Israeli Public Affairs Committee, and it advocates for Israeli interests to the US government. It also gives funding for Democratic and Republican candidates who support a strong US-Israel alliance. It was founded in 1954 and was originally called the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs. The idea is to engage with the executive and legislative branches of government to promote policies it believes will support Israel. All right, back to the discussion here. Michaela, I'm keen to hear your thoughts on this because you argue that American leaders must listen to voters and avoid these foreign wars. Yet in Kentucky, pro-Israel groups spent millions to unseat Representative Thomas Massie, and the man Donald Trump backed ended up going on to win that race. Why is the leader of your movement helping to oust the very lawmakers who seem to be very vocally opposing these foreign wars?
Thomas Massie was opposing a lot of things that Trump was currently trying to do now. And as we know, President Trump is really big on loyalty. And as we've seen in the past, when President Trump is trying to work with his House and his Senate to get bills passed, to get things done, he's not a big fan of opposition. And so if he feels like this is what's best for America, you guys elected me because you believe that I know what's best for America and you have trust in me that I'll execute these plans, then anybody...
I think this is AIPAC's, not just AIPAC, Israel's strategy is to platform conservative tokens, I guess you could say, like a more diverse group representing Israel. You know, it's horrible, but I think it will happen. I think it will happen more and more.
Who's getting in the way of that, then I can't support them. And so as strategists, that's something that we understand.
You just took money from Bezos. Welcome to the Noisy Crew.
Ice Cream Emperor, thank you for your Prime sub, sir. Thank you, sir, ma'am. Sorry, I said sir. Apologies if you're not a sir. Anyway, moving on. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Ice Emperor. Thank you for the Prime sub. Jeez, I really need to stop doing that,
An end goal, and we're supposed to have a team behind us. And people who are diverting, folks away from the team effort,
I understand. You think it's a question of loyalty. Do you concur with that, Mark?
So I think the Congress always had a couple of members who went against the grain of their party.
But specifically, very vocally on Israel.
Comes to mind, as somebody back in the past. And the Republican president of the past would kind of go, okay, that's one guy.
Morena Nash.
Very much is that you've got to be on my team or else. And I think that's the difference.
Emperor, thank you.
What AIPAC and the Israelis should be doing right now is figuring out how they get back the younger generation.
Yes, we are champions. Let's keep this momentum going. Let's go.
Okay, look, that's a little over the top, but I love it. Hype Train, Vitingale, thank you for the resub. 7 months. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yep, like they spent millions on a black candidate who unseated Cori Bush. Yeah. Yeah, the Cori Bush, bro. Is that AI jet voice? No. I recorded it and I turned it into like a robot filter.
Of Americans and really international people that if you go on TikTok for a couple of minutes, your feed is going to have all sorts of videos coming in from Gaza, coming in from southern Lebanon, that's going to show bombs and bloodshed and that sort of thing. And that's a challenge because the Israelis have lost a lot of that support. According to Pew Research, about 60% of Americans have an unfavorable opinion on Israel right now. Those lobbyists from AIPAC, they should also be figuring out how do they help the Americans and how do they help the Israelis figure out what is going to be the cost of peace? What is our end state? What's our mission? And what do we actually need to do to come up with a long-term solution to the Middle East? Is it a two-state solution? Is it bringing in more possibilities? So, for example, what we're seeing now is the Lebanese and the Israelis are finally coming together. Their ambassadors are actually talking to each other. They realize that Hezbollah is their common enemy. That's the way this is going to be solved. And for 47 years, the Americans have been doing funding. They've been trying to do sanctions. They've been trying to do all sorts of things against their enemies and the Israeli enemies. But what did that bring us?
It's so crazy that they're still talking about Hezbollah like Hezbollah wouldn't exist if Israel wasn't constantly annexing territory.
Gift subs detected. Thank you for bringing more people into the noisy crew. Your efforts are noted.
Shiny! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, Shiny. Thank you, thank you. Stimulus Jack, Donut Secret House, Joan Spoon, Dr. John 2001, Lynn Ann 15. Thank you so much, Shiny. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome.
It brought us to this war right now and a negotiation and right now an MOU that isn't a whole lot better than it was a couple of months ago before all this started. So I think it's a lack of policy and it's a lack of really America and Israel coming together for long-term solutions of how do we actually fix this instead of just continuing to fight.
I got you.
Understood, Mark. Michaela, let's talk about the tone, the texture, the very essence of this US-Israeli alliance. I wonder if we can really, after some of the fruity, granular, salty, I think you call it in the US language that's been used by Donald Trump, whether you can still call it a healthy relationship. Because let's bring in some of the things recently said. Here they are on the wall. Take a look. You're expletive crazy. I'm saving your expletive. You'd be in prison if not for me. Everybody hates you. Everybody hates Israel because of this. I mean, I don't know about you, Mark.
When I get on the phone with my best friend, we have a talk like that.
Oh my God! When I get on the phone with my best friend, we have a talk like that? Oh my God. Dude, that's not your best friend. That's not your best friend, bro. That's not your best friend. That's your meth addict cousin, you know? That's not your best friend. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates you because of this. You know, like who says that shit to their best friend?
I think that's part of the thing that makes a relationship strong, and that's going to test it as well over the long term. I think that what you're seeing is Trump's lack of patience in this entire situation. He sent the U.S. carriers 14,000 different targets against Iran, and still the regime is there. He's seeing gas prices go up. He's seeing inflation go up. Yep. He's going to the G7 this week,
Michael.
And all those fellow world leaders are looking him in the eye and saying, what are you doing here?
Michaela, I mean, another thing we don't actually have on the wall there, but he Netanyahu, won't have any choice. This is Donald Trump, of course. I call the shots. I call all the shots. He, Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. I know it's in both sides' interest to kind of play up the friction here, but does that actually...
Biden's watching that going, man, he kind of takes the script a little far.
Do sound like someone who's confident in their role.
Jenny, thank you so much.
I think we're dealing with two alpha males here.
She got the alpha male call out. Bro, fucking conservatives, bro. Oh my gosh, this whole alpha male bullshit. The ball tanning. Oh, alpha male. Alpha male. Donnie's an alpha male.
Of course, they're both going to have, you know, arms up, chest out. And I just think that's where we're at. I think that's why we have the rhetoric that we just discussed from Trump, and then you see, the same type of rhetoric coming from Netanyahu. These are two very strong leaders who are very strong-willed and strong-minded, and they probably clash when it comes to figuring out what these solutions are. So, of course, Trump is going to be like, hey, bro, I'm saving you. I'm doing you a favor. Meanwhile, Netanyahu's like, who are you to tell me what am I doing? And at the end of the day, they both know that they have to come together if we are going to find a solution for this, and I do think that that's what we're going to see on Friday.
Let's turn.
This is so bad. That lady should never go on TV ever again. I think this lady's community needs to have a word with her and just go, hey, don't do that kind of thing again, please.
The lens on the other side of the political aisle, because this isn't just a Republican civil war. We're seeing groups like Track AIPAC and Justice Democrats endorsing over 100 primary challengers who pledged to reject pro-Israel donations. Let me play you this clip. All right, so that's a recent convention in Michigan where moderate candidate Haley Stevens was, as you can hear, loudly booed for taking AIPAC money. Michaela, Mark, I mean, if Netanyahu's...
That lady talking here reminds me of who Ruha Benjamin was talking about. And it's not just... Ruha Benjamin was talking about black faces in high places. And she says in her line... one of the lines she says is, our blackness and our womanness is not in themselves trustworthy. And it applies not just to black women. It applies to brown women, brown men, black men. It's just the color we are and the gender we are, doesn't just immediately make us trustworthy to the people who belong in that community. It just doesn't. And when people like this go on TV and make themselves look like this, like so obedient to white supremacy, it's so easy to see. It applies to every marginalized demographic. Yeah. Hey, Morty, how are you? Kia ora. And it's just so easy to see, It's so easy to tell.
Has lost his bipartisan leverage, and the Democratic base is overwhelmingly shifting against this unconditional support for Israel. How can any future administration, whether it's red, whether it's blue, maintain this historic so-called Washington Wall, that absolute alignment with Israel?
Well, I think that if there's a problem with absolute alignment with Israel in both parties, then that means that this whole Israel influence idea isn't going to be a threat for much longer. And we can actually focus on other things domestically and other things that our politicians are doing other than what they would like to see or what they're supporting overseas. I think that taking AIPAC money is no different than taking big pharmaceutical money, taking big tobacco money, taking climate groups money or technology money, energy groups' money. I think everybody has interest, and all these groups pour a lot of money into ensuring that representatives who they support are going to, support whatever their interests are.
The candidate Hassan campaigned for is the head. Didn't that war veteran guy win? Didn't that war veteran guy who wasn't particularly that liked, he won, right?
AIPAC happens to be a large lobbying group with a lot of support, and they go around and recruit and ask, hey, can we count on you to help support our initiatives? Every politician has the right to say yes or no.
These initiatives are highly problematic, though, aren't they, Mark?
And every politician has the right to say yes or no, in which case, if they say yes and somebody has a problem with it, we'll see them getting voted out.
Okay.
And if that continues to be a trend, then again, this whole Israel issue won't be as big of an issue as we're making it now, and we'll be able to focus on other things like energy and agriculture. Yeah.
That is the hope. Mark?
I think that AIPAC and the Israelis have a lot of work to do.
Just ignore the genocide and the mass murder, and let's focus on agriculture. Oh, yeah, Hassan didn't campaign for Planta, yeah. My brother Hazemaker will be back soon. Oh, Dram! Is your brother Hazemaker? Have you told me this before?
Amongst Democrats, the unfavorable rate is about 80% right now for Israel. And that means that money can do a lot, but it can't buy you what it needs, which is a relationship between the two countries that is sustaining. They need each other. The Israelis and the U.S. need each other. The U.S. needs countries in that region. And especially what we see, likely what's going to happen after this negotiation happens over the next 60 days, America doesn't have a lot of leverage right now. The other thing that's going on is both of these two leaders, Trump and Netanyahu, they have big elections coming up in November. When you have a democratic society like you do in the United States and Israel, you have to listen to your people.
All right, well, on that note, it's really good to hear from both of you. What an interesting take on where we are with American democracy. Michaela Montgomery, conservative activist and political commentator, and Mark Feifley, Republican strategist and former White House Deputy National Security Advisor. Well, that's all from the team here in Washington, D.C. Handing back to Rosalind Jordan and Al Jazeera's global headquarters in Doha. See you soon.
Thanks, Neve. Now, don't forget, you can catch this episode or any of our previous ones on our...
Guys, TikTok, I'm going in for as many as possible on those little fucking things. On those little OneCoin things. I'm going in for as many as possible because the goal was just hit on the community heart thing. But that gift is the gift that will get us community points, okay? That gift is the gift that will get us community points for Community Fest. I don't play any of those games or anything like that. But this one challenge on TikTok had no games. It's just had these little gifts. So I'm just going to keep it at a high number. And yeah, your support is going to help this community, get somewhere, I guess. I don't even know how to win this thing. But yeah, let's do it. Let's win it.
Our YouTube channel.
Okay, so we've got shit going on. We've got shit going on. Okay. Hold on. I just need to recenter myself after that bullshit interview. Okay. Let's read this. This is from The Guardian. Iran's top envoy says peace deal with U.S. dependent on Israel's withdrawal from Lebanon. Abbas Araghchi says war not fully come to an end without Israeli forces leaving territories occupied during present conflict. Iran's top diplomat has said a peace deal with the U.S. would require Israel to withdraw from Lebanon as concerns grow that Israel could undermine diplomatic efforts to finally end the Middle East war, with Donald Trump even criticizing his ally and war partner as irresponsible.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Yeah, that's kind of what he said. Without the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the territories they occupied during this war, the war has not fully come to an end, said the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. A Hezbollah media relations official also said the group had received assurances from Iran that it would demand a withdrawal of Israeli troops from Lebanon in the next phase of talks with the U.S. The comments came as Donald Trump, speaking at the G7 Leaders Summit, rounded on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, said he had to behave more responsibly in Lebanon, adding that a recent Israeli bombing attack on Beirut was vicious. Israel has been fighting Hezbollah for too long and too many people are being killed, Trump said. You don't need to knock down an apartment house when you are looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they are not all Hezbollah that I can tell you. So this is quite crazy, because I think Donny Boy here has just admitted to an Israeli war crime. Let me read that to you again. Hey, Melatonin, welcome. Let me read that again. Hey, Nadia, welcome in, everybody. You don't need to knock down an apartment house when you are looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they are not Hezbollah, that I can tell you. Hassan supported Planta. Yeah, at this stage, I think Planta was the only real left candidate, right? That line is fucking crazy. This is Trump talking without a handler. Yeah. He has admitted to a war crime there. Did he have a reason? Fucking hell, man. He's looking so pale as well. He did not get his bronzer. He suggested the Syrian government may do a better job in dealing with Hezbollah, while Damascus is run by former rebels who fought against Hezbollah during the Syrian civil war. That overthrew President Bashar al-Assad. The government there now seeks stability. Let's listen to what he said.
I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
Is Netanyahu on board?
Do you know what Syria said about that? No, I don't know, Emperor. I have no idea.
And I didn't like Syria. I didn't like where 2 hours before we're signing the agreement that there was an attack in Lebanon, in Beirut. It was right in. It wasn't like in the southern side, and it was in Beirut. I did not like that. I let them know that. I didn't like it, not at all. But I think that Syria, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly.
Donnie sounds like he has Ebola.
Very capable. And he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for. He's done. And if Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job. Without us, without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon. Lebanon used to be a great country. It was a country where you had professors, doctors, lawyers. The great intellect was...
His dentures are loose. You can hear it. Oh my God.
In Lebanon, now it's terrible. I would say of all countries, they've been treated the worst. And they can't defend themselves. And they have Hezbollah, which is a problem for them. So now I'm not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon and with Hezbollah. They should have been able to do the job faster. It just goes on forever. And when that happens, it throws a negative light on the big deal, and that's the deal with Iran.
Wa alaikum assalam, and welcome. The ramblings of a demented old man. What timeline am I on? I don't know, Nash. He only says that now since they are losing equipment like crazy. Yeah. Okay, Trump said he maintained an unbelievable personal relationship with Netanyahu and described the fighting as a pinprick in comparison with the deal with Iran. Trump's remarks suggest he is losing patience with Israel's apparent refusal to accept a ceasefire and the threat it is posing to the 60-day ceasefire he has negotiated with Iran. Without the U.S., without me, he said, there would be no Israel because there is no other president prepared to do what I did. Trump added he did not like that Israel had attacked Beirut only 2 hours before Iran was due to sign the memorandum. Hey, Sloth, welcome. Crazy, eh? Israel's about to turn Trump green like Arafat. Oh my gosh. He only says that now since they are losing equipment like crazy. Oh my gosh. Maybe he's having lucid moments. Hey, you know in that the UFC thing, one of the UFC fighters said that Michelle Obama's a man. Like, how crazy to have something like that in the White House, bro. How insane. And a fight broke out in the audience. Like, this is like insane to happen at the White House, isn't it? He's turned the White House into a circus. Welcome to America. Oh my God. See, it is true. We live in white people's head 24/7. Yeah, totally. They do think about brown and black people way too much, especially black people in the US. Yeah, this nation is a dumpster fire. Always has been, glad everyone can see it now. Always has been, glad everyone can see it now. The White House Coliseum. Moshel. The White House is the new trailer park. Yes! Those hideous comments are thrown at her on a daily basis. Yeah. Look, calling Barack Obama a war criminal is totally different to like saying dumb shit like Michelle Obama is a man or whatever. By the way, who cares? Like what? Why are these people so upset about trans people, about gay people? What is the problem with these people? Oh, man. They think way too much about dick and black people. Okay. Trump added he did not like the Israel attack Beirut. It's misogynoir. Yes! That is the name of a book. You should write a book about misogynoir. I love it. What a great name. Transphobia is a fucking mental illness. It rots their brain. Yeah. It's crazy. It's unbelievable, man. It's already a coined term. Misogynoir, genitals, and black folk. Do it. Oh, I wanna write a book one day called The Anatomy of a House Curry. And I want to break down how you can identify a house curry. The anatomy of a house curry. I had that thought today. I feel like it'd be like a nice little pocketbook. A nice little pocketbook to keep. For everybody. Just to see the anatomy of a house curry. Pin the tail on cash. On Tuesday, Israel's drone attacks killed at least 4 people in Lebanon, including a double-tap strike in which a drone targeted a car in the village of Mayafadun, and then launched a second strike after people gathered at the scene, local media reported. Trans is the most popular category on Pornhub in southern states. Trans folks turn them on and they hate them. Yeah, I think that's it. It makes their dicks move and they hate it. I think the whole trans community makes their dick move and they hate it. They hate that feeling. And they don't understand it. You know? They just don't understand it. They feel like that shouldn't happen. They're so closeted about it. So what? Watch a little trans porn. It's okay. U.S. Republicans crash Grindr. Yeah. They only have a problem with trans women. I wonder why. I'm hearing that the Obamas are suing the guy that called Michelle a man and are going after his $3.4 million prize money and his endorsements. It is reported that the guy lost endorsements after saying that. Allegedly, the Obamas will donate any money to black women's organizations. Nice. Yeah, take him. That guy was an idiot. That guy was a fucking idiot. In one of the state assemblies, they crashed the Grindr app. They feel like they've been attacked by trans that turn them on. By the trans people that turn them on. Yeah. 100%. That's got to be it, right? I think they're just so weird about their sexuality that they've turned to hate. I think Hitler was one of those people too. Now that you mention it. Not like anyone mentioned it, but the threat to the peace plan posed by Israel's actions in Lebanon will only deepen fears. I think Hitler was quite weird about his sexuality. I think these people turn into like fascists, is what I'm trying to say. These people who are weird about their sexuality turn into fascists. I think, okay, I've said this before. I think that if there was social media at the time, Hitler would have seemed as stupid as Donald Trump. Maybe worse. And Mussolini would have been such a weirdo on social media. With all of his like weird mannerisms that he started, doing. I think Mussolini on social media would have been an absolute shit show. Think you have to hate yourself to hate others so irrationally? Yeah. His actual speeches are crazy. Mussolini would be the World War II Trump equivalent. Yeah, I think so. I think you may be right. I think Mussolini is more like Trump. Yeah, the personality that Mussolini built about himself, his mannerisms, his like movie, his acting credentials. I think all of those things he used to his benefit. But you never really saw him behind the scenes, right? Like Italian people never really had much coverage about him behind the scenes. He just built up this persona. But on social media, it would have been a complete mess. Hey, dear, welcome. I mean, look at his mustache. Yeah. The threat to the peace plan posed by Israel's actions in Lebanon will only deepen fears for European leaders about the durability of the peace plan. Gulf states attending the G7 summit in Evian, France, were quizzed by Europeans about proposals for Arab states to invest as much as 300 billion, 223 billion pounds in the Iranian economy as a reward for Iran meeting its commitments to verifiably reject nuclear weapons. Okay, first of all, Iran has never had a nuclear weapon. And I heard J.D. Vance saying that Iran will be allowed to have nuclear power. Nuclear for civilian use, which is what Iran was saying anyway. So Iran's going to do exactly what they were going to do before, but now with $300 billion. The United States is more dangerous than Nazi Germany. 5,000 nukes, 800 plus military bases. Yeah. That's why they didn't take Hitler seriously in the beginning, because he was foolish and thought he was clownish. Yeah, Hitler met Mussolini and started to really work on his persona. Like the speeches and the rantings. The fund, according to the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, would only be implemented when the U.S. accepted that Iran had met demands to dismantle its nuclear program and would not involve U.S. government finances. European powers had been at the center of the talks that led to the 2015 nuclear arms control deal with Iran, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, but have been entirely excluded from the U.S. decision to go to war, as well as from the negotiations to end a conflict that has rattled their economies. They believe European nuclear expertise must be present in the coming round of talks. The 14-clause Memorandum of Understanding, a framework to open the Strait of Hormuz and restart talks on Iran's nuclear program, has still not been published. European concerns center on the deal's lack of detail, with Emmanuel Macron, the French president, called for restrictions on Iran's ballistic missile program, an issue not directly addressed in the deal. Did you see news from FIFA about Israel versus Palestine could happen in an under-15s open tournament? Nah, I didn't see that. That's crazy. Many in the USA at the time thought that the USA should join Germany and fight the Soviets instead. Yeah. Oh man, we watched a really crazy documentary on Monday, New Zealand time. Yeah, it was all around this. It was all around the proliferation of Nazism in America. It was pretty insane. Let's just watch this one quickly, because
how about Hezbollah in Lebanon? Because that's a proxy that they're funding, and that could easily queer this deal. It could queer this deal this week, people fear. Never mind on a go-forward basis, either side, Israel or Hezbollah.
Sure. Look, it's always delicate with these things, and what we've seen with the ceasefire in Lebanon, and it's been clear, to be clear, a dirty ceasefire. There's been some shooting.
This is JD Vance talking to Megyn Kelly.
Back and forth, but frankly,
there's
way less shooting now than there was 2 weeks ago. There's way less shooting 2 weeks ago than there was before. So with these things, as the President of the United States said a couple weeks ago, he said sometimes a ceasefire just means they're shooting less, and that's the progress. And then you get to the next stage.
Is it included? Is Lebanon included?
Lebanon's
Hezbollah?
It is a regional peace deal. It's going to include the Gulf. It's going to include Israel. It's going to include Lebanon. The idea is this is a true.
Yep. There you go. There you go. It's going to include Lebanon, but there was one thing he missed. One specific place that he missed. Can you guess? Or maybe two. Can you guess? Yep. Gaza and the West Bank. Why not those two? Why not those two, eh?
Regional peace deal, because
how do we do that
if the
without
Iranians
Netanyahu?
comply.
Sorry, forgive me for interrupting.
No. The idea is that if
the problem is there's no leverage anymore. There's no leverage for the Palestinians anymore. There's no leverage, so they're gonna take as much advantage of the Palestinians as they can.
if the Iranians comply, then we are going to have a true transformative deal for the Middle East. And if not, they don't get any economic benefits. The United States, we got what we came to do, and we're done. And that's the basic approach.
We would not turn on the spigot if Hezbollah hit Israel over and over?
Well, what I would say is, like, if Iran is funding Hezbollah, we're not going to allow a bunch of unfrozen assets to freeze to the Iranians, right? Now, I want to be clear about this, too, because those are not American assets. There's been a lot of misreporting on this, and people have said, oh, is the United States going to give Iran billions of dollars? No. I want to be very, very crystal clear. Even if the Iranians do everything contemplated by this deal, not a penny of American money flows to Iran. But let me give you an example of, one of these things that people, again, have missed.
Yeah, none of the other countries in the Middle East care about Gaza because and this is the one thing I think people need to keep in mind. Okay? People need to keep in mind. The Palestinian struggle is a Palestinian struggle. Never ever say anyone's fighting for the Palestinians. Palestinians are fighting for themselves. And they have been for 77 years. And they will continue to. Yes. But it's so shit that, you know, constantly you hear people going, oh, this country's doing this for Palestine, that country. No one's doing anything, bro. They've just let them die. It's fucking shit.
Misrepresented. Let's say, for example, that the United Arab Emirates, they've been one of the best allies that we've had in the region. Let's say that they want to invest in a nuclear power plant in Iran. They really can't do that without us lifting some of the sanctions that exist in the global financial system to make that possible. Now, are the Emiratis going to invest in Iran, or is America going to let the Emiratis invest in Iran unless the Iranians change their behavior? No. So all these people say, well, you know, you're giving Iran money. No. We're saying that if the Iranians change their behavior, we're going to let some of these other countries invest in rebuilding their country and creating some prosperity for their people.
What are you saying, Emperor? What are you saying?
Well, that's like a good thing, right? If the Iranians stop funding terrorism, if they're behaving, and their relationship is transformed, not just with us, but with the whole region, like that's a thing to celebrate. You know, somebody said, I forget who, but somebody said, you know, this is like doing the Marshall Plan when the Nazis are still in control. Mm-hmm. And that's wrong on a few different ways. Number one,
Iran, not Nazis. Number one, the Nazis are the Israelis and the Americans.
Marshall Plan was a lot of American tax money. This is not American tax money. Number two, we're saying you only get the benefits of the bargain if you change your behavior. If that happens, we're talking about a transformed Middle East. That's a great legacy for the president, but more importantly, it's a great win for the American people.
Will we have inspections of whatever they are or aren't doing when it comes to nuclear / enrichment?
I see.
You know, I mean, and is enrichment even on the table? Because I haven't been able to totally understand what President Trump is saying on that.
If they want the benefits of the bargain, enrichment is going to be on the table, and more importantly, verification and inspections is going to be on the table.
But that means we'd let them do it a little? Like, what else are we inspecting?
No, look, our plan is, well, what we would be inspecting is the full part of building a nuclear weapon. So I'm hardly a nuclear engineer, so forgive, the scientists are going to have to forgive me for this summary, but building a nuclear weapon is the infrastructure to enrich uranium.
Do you guys remember, like, in the first week of this ceasefire, they negotiated with Iran, and then J.D. Vance gave that speech. He was like, "No, we're leaving now." That was theater. That was theater. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump's team were trying to play hardball. They were trying to get concessions and keep going. But Iran wasn't conceding because Iran early on knew that it had the upper hand and it just kept going. Listen to this guy now. Conceded on almost everything. On every point. He's just trying to act like this benefits America somehow. It's insane, bro.
It's the infrastructure to turn enriched uranium into nuclear fuel. It's the infrastructure to turn that nuclear fuel into a bomb that you can detonate. It's the delivery mechanism for that bomb.
The cascades. And
hey, how many nuclear bombs can Iran buy with $300 billion?
The centrifuges.
All of this stuff, right?
Can those stay, or are those coming out?
Our plan under this deal is, again, the Iranians are getting a lot of benefits so long as they dismantle that nuclear weapons program. And again, people always ask me, why do you believe them this time? I don't believe them. I don't trust Megyn. I don't trust anything that anybody says. I trust what people do. Mm-hmm. And the way this deal is structured is that as they do more, they receive more. Mm-hmm. As they do less, they receive less. And that's the basic structure.
Guess what? Before they weren't doing anything and not receiving anything. Now they're going to do nothing and receive $300 billion. Oh, my gosh. Genius deal, everybody. America, genius.
Now, the reaction to this from the neocons, from the hawks, has been negative already. They're mad that they can't see the memorandum of understanding, which I get, actually, in their defense. Why can't they see? Why can't we all see the MOU right now?
Well, yeah. So first of all, the president said by the latest Friday, possibly as early as tomorrow, we're going to release the memorandum of understanding text. The reason why we haven't released it yet is there are some delicate diplomatic things going on where the Iranians, and not just the Iranians, but some of our mediators, the Pakistanis and the Qataris, have asked us to sequence this in the right way. I don't, frankly, fully understand it, but there are sensitivities that exist in the Arab and Muslim world that we're trying to be responsive to. Fundamentally, does it really matter if the deal comes out on Wednesday versus Friday? No. That's why we haven't emphasized it so much, is because at the very latest, the text is going to be out on Friday.
Okay, yeah. And, I mean, you've already...
So the text is going to be out on Friday, right? To me, I want people to understand that this is my opinion about this, okay? I think Iran just stopped a fascist regime drunk on power. I think Iran just humbled a fascist regime drunk on power. If America had success in Iran, it wouldn't have stopped at Iran. Trump would have then gone on to make amends in Afghanistan. It would have just kept going. It would have just kept going. Iran stopped a fascist regime from drawing the world into a global conflict. World War III, potentially. I think truly future historians are going to look at this moment and go, that was it. That's when World War III was stopped. Things are going to be really bad in Americas now. Yeah, I agree. We don't stop because, Americas as a whole, KP's on Twitch. I think KPS on Twitch. Sorry. I think it's going to be the whole of the Americas, North and South. It's going to be bad.
Already signed it, but it's not like legally binding to where you can't undo it. It's a diplomatic agreement. So it's
correct.
If people freak out, there's an utter meltdown here in the United States. It could always be undone if you change your minds.
Exactly. And I could summarize this deal in like 2 or 3 sentences, which is that if the Iranians change the way that they behave with regards to their nuclear weapon, with regards to their financing of terrorism, we are going to bring them into the world economy. If they don't, we won't. It's really that simple.
Okay, so here's some of the reaction. Mark.
So I've been mapping out, actually. I think it's a good time to show this. I've been mapping out. So I've looked at all the locations and I made a visual. I got ChatGPT to make the visual, but I got this data from a couple of different sources. So ice.gov, ACLU.org, and media reports. So this is how many ICE detention centers there are. Guys, today this is the work. I'm gonna be making a video about ICE, a short one. But I don't know if you guys can see this. Can you see this? You can. Oh, not that one. Hold on. Photos. Every single dot and every single marker is an ICE facility. So I downloaded this the locations from these websites and I fed it into GPT to make this map. And this is what the major ICE detention centers look like. Look at it. Look at it. Look at these. Look at how many there are. Look at how many there are. Hey, did you guys know this? Oh my gosh, my gifting got suspended again, bro. What the fuck? I was showing an image. Yeah, I can't show this, sorry. Yeah, this is insane. I can't show this image on TikTok. I can't show this image on TikTok because I just got a thing. Isn't this insane? Like I didn't realize it was this much because I made a short video, a TikTok short video about ICE today, and I just wanted to see how many there are. And yeah, this just blew me away, guys. This just blew me away. Yeah, I can't even, but I'm making a video about it because I didn't realize it was like that.
Thiessen said if the deal terms are accurate as has been leaked, it's a
Melanie, these are the major ones. There's probably smaller ones, smaller hub ones everywhere, but these are the major ones.
Complete disaster. He's calling this, by the way, the Vance deal.
I wonder why he doesn't call it the Trump deal.
I wonder too. There is Ben Domenech, who was on Special Report last night, called this a hillbilly Obama deal.
I wonder who that's a reference to.
Seems to be a shot at you, sir. Not bold foreign policy. There's a guy named Yanon Magal, who is an Israeli journalist who's very close with Netanyahu, who is basically his mouthpiece, who called you a lowlife, called Donald Trump a loser. The Israeli ambassador to the United States called this so disappointing. Then there's Mark Levin, who's been rage tweeting about it every 5 minutes. He demands to see the memorandum. He demands that this be treated like a treaty, to where now you have to get congressional approval for the MOU. The Constitution does say you need approval to declare war, which Trump doesn't think he did and didn't seek. But now, and he defended him on that. But now that we're ending it, which you definitely don't need congressional approval for,
Clint.
he wants this treated like a treaty and is demanding you go before Congress, sir.
Well, to be clear, I don't think that
Appeal not
congressional
approved.
approval was required. I really firmly do believe that the president. This was never a full-scale war in the conventional or legal sense of it. So we definitely made sure that we dotted our I's and crossed our T's here. So I wanted to defend the administration on that point. But it is kind of ironic that they're really, really worried about stopping this thing, but they were completely gung-ho about starting this thing. And look, I want to be responsive and charitable.
Detective. Thank you for your continued support.
Resub. Oh, thank you so much for the resub. Oh, you gifted a sub, Shiny. Oh, no. Wait, where's the resub? Already did it. Ah, there, Crisco. Thank you for the resub. Megan Kelly is a ghoul. Yeah. 4 months. Thank you so much.
To some of these concerns. So, first of all, why do they believe Iranian propaganda only about one thing, the peace deal? They don't seem to believe Iranian propaganda, rightfully so, about anything else. So if you're in the position of endorsing Iranian propaganda only when it's related to this peace deal, then maybe you should check yourself a little bit and question your sources. The second thing that I'd say is, what is their alternative? If you look today, Brent crude is around $78 a barrel. West Texas crude is even lower, $75, $73 a barrel. I mean, the numbers float around a little bit. But what that means is lower gas prices for Americans.
They are not deporting people. They're holding them in these facilities to use as slave labor and to help Trump's buddies that also own or have a stake in Seacort or Seacort, right? Help them profit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are using them for slave labor. The contradictions of capitalism are becoming way too obvious. So fascism is logical to the Epstein class. The reactionaries in government may not understand what is going on. True. I didn't expect Megyn Kelly to still be this sycophantic for JD and Trump. I thought she was talking shit like Tucker. Nah, bro. It's bad. All of these commentators are in a weird headspace. I'm always getting notifications that ICE is in my area. My nervous system is fried. Jeez. The owners of the private prison get paid by the government per person. People are being disappeared and tortured. American private prison industry. Oh, by the way, do you guys remember I was talking about we did like a donor round for that person whose husband was taken by ICE? Here's a so Faye. So this is an audio by Faye. Let me just play it because it's fucking horrific. Hold on.
Yeah, he's fine. When he was a while ago, his first times coming over here, his sister has epilepsy, and they had just like a little tiny.
Oh, Faye posted a thank you video. Hold on. She's in a.
Okay.
By the way,
So
she's been admitted to hospital because of high blood pressure as well. This is Faye. I can't show this, guys. I can't show this because I'll get blocked again on TikTok, but you can listen to it. This is Faye.
Okay, so thanks to everybody, I have enough to take my son to go see him.
Him is her husband who has been taken by ICE. So her husband has been kidnapped by ICE.
If people keep helping, I might have enough to get back. So, other people might not, but I have faith. And I'm thankful for every tiny itty bitty bit that you're sending me. I'm grateful for it. Even if it was $1, even if it was $5. Like, I feel it. I feel your love. And no matter the outcome, I'm appreciative. I'll never forget this. I'll never forget the help you're giving me. That's my daughter in the background. Okay.
Yeah, so Faye has enough money to now take her kids to go see their father who's been taken. And yeah, she's also been admitted to hospital. Her blood pressure is like 217 by 130. Insane. She's going through the ringer at the moment. Poor lady.
Lower energy costs for Americans. That means that this little blip that we've had of an increase in energy costs, which has caused a lot of people some problems, we're now getting back to normal.
Has he been allowed to speak to a lawyer? I don't know yet, Jujus. I'm waiting for an update.
And I think that fundamentally, if you look at what they're proposing an endless conflict.
Yeah,
they want
actually.
this to go on until every bomb has been dropped or until every Iranian is
100%
dead.
stroke
That is not
levels,
what the
yeah.
President of the United States wants. What he said is, I said about this to end their nuclear program, to eliminate their ability to threaten their neighbors and project power, and to fundamentally make sure that no future child would have to deal with a terrorist regime with an atomic bomb. That's why the president set out to do this. He feels, and he's right, that he's accomplished that goal.
That's not why he set out to do this, JD. You're lying. He set out to install a monarch. He wanted to overthrow the government with Netanyahu. Netanyahu was going to do it without him. He had FOMO. He joined in, and he fucked it up. Let's be real.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Goal, and now we can get to the negotiation to see what are the other benefits that we can get from this, and frankly, what are the benefits the Iranians could get from this if they behave. I just don't think that people who are criticizing this, one, they're not actually dealing with the reality of what's in it, and number two, they don't have an alternative. If your alternative is just to drop bombs without any clear goal or any clear American interest implicated, then you're not making the wise decisions on behalf of the American people. The president is, and that's why we're in this position.
I'm going to give you a shot from Sound on Tape from John Podhoretz, who is the chief over at Commentary Magazine, which is very pro-Israel, very neocon-y. Preview, he's not happy. Here it is.
I honestly don't know if it could be worse. America is going to be in a strategically, tactically, and militarily worse position than it was under Biden. He made a choice to test America's resolve, and he has choked. He has chickened out. He has bled himself dry. Trump, the crazy lunatic psychotic who doesn't care about lives and will do anything and do anything, could not bear the idea of putting a boot on the ground anywhere in Iran, and could not bear the idea of a single American possibly being taken hostage, which I understand. I'm not saying that either of those is a good thing, but if you're going to go to war, you have to put boots on the ground. Everyone in the military.
Oh my gosh, what are these people on? What are they talking about? Who is this fucking dude?
Has volunteered to put their lives on the line for their country, and that the country itself may have to sacrifice in the form of wildly higher oil prices. If you think that the American national interest has to be engaged in this process, and if you go into the process and you lose it, and it's a complete war of choice, you have made things worse. The situation is worse.
Thoughts on that?
Well, there's a lot to respond to in there, but I actually think, John, I appreciate that, because John is kind of giving away the game. He's saying he really doesn't care that much about higher oil prices for Americans, doesn't care about high gas prices, and he wants boots on the ground
and
in a
doesn't
country.
seem to care about casualty.
He's a lib Democrat who's a reasonable voice on MSNBC. Yeah. You know what? We've spoken about this many times here. I don't think liberals actually gave a fuck about what was happening in Iran. I don't think they cared. What they did give a shit about is that Trump wasn't doing enough. They wanted Trump to go further. They wanted Trump to put boots on the ground. They wanted Trump to continue bombing Iran. They wanted the war. They wanted the war, but they didn't want failure. Yeah, a lot of liberals enjoyed the crap out of it.
Exactly. And wants boots on the ground and casualties in a country of 95 million people where, again, the president of the United States never said that his goal was to install Reza Pahlavi to become the new leader of Iran. What he said is, if the Iranian people want to rise up, great. That's their business. That's between them and their government. What we want is a cessation of their nuclear program, either through diplomatic means or through military means.
Oh, they've dropped Pahlavi, eh? They've dropped Pahlavi completely. Oh! I call Reza Pahlavi the villager. Okay? If you've played Minecraft, you know who the villager is. Reza Pahlavi is the villager. To me. Oh, he's going to be crying. He's going to be angry. Oh my, Reza. Where are the monarchists? Folks, where are the monarchists? Are there any monarchists in the chat? Monarchists? I want to talk to you right now, monarchists. I want to talk to you right now. How do you feel? How do you feel right now? You ain't getting Reza. You ain't getting Reza. Reza's gone. Hey T-minus, welcome. Where the Reza Sims at? I need to know. right now on social media, on X in particular, the people who are losing their minds are the monarchists and Israelis. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing when the privileged suffer. Not death. Not, suffering like humanitarian suffering. Just suffering because of their egos. Can we please play that everywhere in the world, wherever anyone from this dump admin goes in public? Where are they? Monarchists, I'm talking to you. Where are you?
Globalized intifada.
He ultimately went down that pathway. And I think, Megan, there's actually a deeper foreign policy debate that I think the last few months has sort of papered over here, which is when President Trump uses military power, he's not an isolationist, right? He's not a Rand Paul guy, a Ron Paul guy.
Clearly.
He never has been, never was. But what he is a guy who says, if I'm going to use American military power, I want to accomplish a discrete objective. And every single day I saw it very, very much on the inside. He was asking, have we accomplished that objective? Can we stop this? And once we got to the point where
curb your enthusiasm,
yes, we feel like we are in a much stronger position. We feel like their nuclear program is destroyed. We feel like their conventional military, it's going to be impossible for them to rebuild it for very, very many years. He said, okay, then I want you to go and negotiate a deal that transforms the Middle East. And that's what he did.
Thanks for watching this clip. If you're
Nah, bro, that's not what he did. He went for the whole hog. He went for the Hail Mary, everybody. He threw the Hail Mary, and it went 10 yards. He went for the Hail Mary. Trump went for the Hail Mary and dropped the ball. It didn't even need to be intercepted. He just dropped the fucking ball. Cold. Hey, Lux, welcome. It was terrible. Oh, my goodness. Donny Boy fucked this up real badly. Okay. Let's get into some economy related news. I want to play this for you guys. Let's look at yes. Where are we? Yes, this one. Sorry.
Just for basics here, why does a president like low rates?
Well, low rates are good for the government because the government's the biggest borrower, but they care about home mortgages, they care about car loans, student loans, commercial loans. Low interest rates are good for borrowers. That's good for the U.S. economy. That's good for whoever's in power politically. Having low interest rates is a luxury. It's great. The trouble is, if you put interest rates too low when there's inflation pressures, it makes the price pressures go up more and get out of control. And so that's the balance that the central bank's trying to have. The central bank can control inflation, but it can't necessarily choose where the market's going to think the interest rate needs to be consistent with that. So, I mean, the whole world looks at the Federal Reserve and they think, they're setting the interest rate. My car loan, everything, it's done by the Federal Reserve. That's a gross misconception. The Federal Reserve, on the whole, most central banks are trying to keep prices stable. I don't always do a great job, okay? It's very hard to do, but that's what they're trying to do. And that means they have to ask themselves the question, well, if we want to keep prices stable, is the interest rate too high or too low? And so that
no, to low. Yeah, to lower interest rates, you must lower the interest.
That's what they're feeling out. The president typically is short-term, that short-term interest rate, what's happening right now, that's what they want to deliver. And often cutting the interest rate does deliver growth in the short run. The trouble is, as inflation
No, to lower inflation, you have to raise the interest rates. To lower inflation, you have to raise the interest rates. That's why the European Central Bank raised the interest rates. Jesse. It's the opposite of what you're saying, yeah. JD has a new book out talking about his Christianity yesterday. He even went into enemy territory on the political TV show, The View, to promote his book, Lie and Praise. Oh my gosh.
Inflation ratchets up, the longer term interest rates ratchets up. All the interest rates get sucked up, and you're sort of, like running on a wheel, trying to stand still.
Is it fair to say that the Fed has the single most powerful tool in the economy?
No. The European Central Bank just increased rates. Why did the European Central Bank increase rates, Jesse?
Absolutely. Controlling the short-term interest rate is the most powerful tool not available to Congress. Congress has a lot of tools, but they don't have the surgical ability to change it in the way the Fed has. The Fed has one job, basically, which is to make sure prices stay stable. I want to back up and mention that we didn't always live in this world. We used to have the dollar pegged to gold, and a lot of people think that's wonderful. We should go back to it. It's not easy to do, is all I'll say. Like, countries tried it and didn't. But we had that at some level until 1971, when Nixon went off gold, and he just cut the dollar loose. And part of the reason we had the inflation in the 1970s, which a lot of people think was because oil prices went up. No. It's because we didn't know what to do. We didn't have any vision of how to control inflation. It's a modern construct. The whole idea of having an independent central banks is new, that people really didn't understand the importance of it. And it took, I'd say, 15 years before we really figured it out. And it's worked really well, but the problem is that it's worked so well, people forget it's necessary. I back up with a joke that kind of captures this. There's this man, looking for...
I understand, Dope Stick, but my question is, why did the European Central Bank raise interest rates? Why is Australia raising interest rates right now? That's my question to you.
For a parking space, because he wants to go to pray
Naturally
at his, church. And
thank you for the sub on YouTube.
Looks up and says, God, if you'll just give me a parking space, I'll promise I'll start coming regularly. I'll be more devout. I'll be better. And suddenly a parking space opens up and he pulls right in. And then he looks up and says, just kidding, And I think that's been like that with central bank independence and inflation, where it came down and everybody, not just Trump, I would also say the progressives, people all over the world have forgotten how we got there. And if you take away central bank independence, you're not going to get inflation overnight, by the way. It takes time, but it certainly will contribute in a big way towards the next high inflation period we got.
Did the U.S. government release treasury bonds? If so, then they want to keep investors attracted, probably to protect against capital flight, maybe. Did the U.S. stop releasing treasury bonds? When did they stop releasing treasury bonds? I think they've been having... they've been having... what do you call it?
What is the cautionary tale? I mean, you mentioned the inflation of the 70s, but of the central bank succumbing to political aims. So, for instance, the Burns and Nixon example, and what that resulted in.
This happens in extremes all over the world. But
no. I'm asking. So there's a discussion happening, Nadia, on Twitch about why you raise and lower interest rates, right? If raising interest rates were about in order to lower inflation, do you raise or lower interest rates? Well, the ECB, the European Central Bank, just raised interest rates because they have high inflation, or at least rising inflation. And Australia has done 3 interest rates rises in a row. They've raised interest rates 3 times. 3 interest rates increases in a row to keep inflation in check. So I think, Jesse, maybe, but I just don't think they would do that if it was increasing inflation. I think it's to control inflation. You raise interest rates.
In the U.S. in the early 1970s, we'd gone off the gold standard.
Wow, I can see that
and
video
Nixon's
now.
saying, "Oh, we can cut the interest rates. There's nothing holding us down." And the Arthur Burns, who was the chair of the Fed, he pushed back, but not hard enough. And Nixon cursed him. And you can actually listen to this on the Watergate tapes. You know, he told him what he wanted to do. And the 1972 election, Nixon ran against McGovern. I campaigned for McGovern back then, but, you know, it was in vain. He won Massachusetts, I think.
Guys, read this book, okay? Read the book I was talking about before. It's called The Dollar Trap. Thank you for the sub, Sloth. It's called The Dollar Trap. Read it. It's such a chaotic thing to analyze markets. I didn't realize how chaotic it was, but it's all vibes, okay? Where in moments like this, there's a reliance on safe assets, safe investments, and there are so many different variables that make these things, that makes these things work. I don't think it's as easy as saying, you know, lowering interest rates or increasing interest rates does X, does Y. I think there are a lot of dependencies. And it's very hard. It's very hard to predict what's going to happen just because it's so based on vibes.
Nixon did everything possible. So Social Security, he actually doubled the size of the Social Security boost. And he told Arthur Burns, he said, "I want low interest rates. Do whatever it takes." So,
oh my gosh. Every time we talk about stock market and financial stuff, one person once, I don't know if they're here, like I can't remember who it was, but they said I was in a live in a Tesla stock, in a Tesla trading live, and someone said, "I bought the dip, but it's still dipping." I just lost my shit. I bought the dip, but it's still dipping. It just sounds so horrible.
So Burns did. Burns relented. And the reason that it happened is when the Federal Reserve makes interest rates lower than they need to be or should be, actually nothing happens right away. It takes time. Even really high inflations just take time to build up. But the problem is, once they get going, they're really hard to stop. In the 70s, this happened all over the world. We didn't have the worst inflation. England and Japan had inflation over 20%. And of course, there are other countries that were worse.
Some people just refer to it as a kind of lost decade, right? There was low growth, high inflation, and I mean, that's the dreaded combo.
Yeah, and it wasn't all caused by inflation. We had the Vietnam War. Sure. We had all sorts of problems, but yeah, inflation was very, very damaging.
You didn't have the problem, bro. Vietnam had the problem, and Cambodia, because you killed 3 million fucking people there. You didn't have the problem because you were the one causing all the pain. So shut the, you know.
I'd like to get to Trump 2.0. early on, the Fed decided.
Okay, this motherfucker's making me angry. Just letting you know. Let's look at Australia, because Australia is really shitting itself, okay? Australia's properly shitting itself. Let's take a look.
The war is definitely not over. There's still a lot more negotiations that need to take place.
Welcome. The signing ceremony hasn't happened, but is the war over? Is that why the price of Brent crude is plunging?
Excuse me, sir. Is that a caterpillar on your upper lip?
The war is not over. This is obviously a good development in a de-escalatory trajectory for the war, but the war is definitely not over. There's still a lot more negotiations that need to take place. And this is just a ceasefire that will come before a longer peace process. And the more sticky questions around Iran's nuclear program and the future of the Strait of Hormuz is just beginning to be negotiated now. So there's still a lot more to go.
The US has been criticised for ending up with a deal that is worse than what was there before the first shots were fired. Is that your view?
Well, the United States has clearly made a series of concessions in the memorandum.
Is that guy from the front fell off on YouTube?
Memorandum of Understanding. We don't know, obviously, what's fully in it, but based on what has been put out in the public, it is clear that the United States has walked back a few of its red lines and has made a number of concessions to Iran to get it over the line. And this reflects the fact that the dynamics of the conflict were not favouring the United States. The Iranians were able to restrict and more or less close the Strait of Hormuz with little effort, it seems. Drone and missile technology means they didn't need to rely on things like mines or a navy in order to do this. And we also know that their ballistic missile program has been very robust. It appears that they've maintained a great deal of the stockpiles of their missiles, and they have been used very effectively throughout the Gulf and in Israel. And this means that a military solution for the United States remained evasive, and that's the reason why they had to come to the negotiating table and ultimately offer up concessions. And we had long said that this war would only really start to wind down once the United States realized that the only way to progress with the peace negotiations was to make concessions.
Well, Iran does know, as does the world, that it can close shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So even with the ceasefire, is the Middle East in a more fragile position now than it was before the US and...
Hey. This is a really shitty way of framing this. It's fragile. It's fragile for America. It's probably the healthiest. The less American influence there is in the Middle East, the more self-determination there is for these countries, the better it will be for the Middle East.
Israel began.
Yes, I mean, I think the entire security architecture of the Middle East will have to be renegotiated at this stage. There has been extensive damage done to military bases, US military bases throughout the Gulf. They will have to be rebuilt. That will need to be paid for. So who pays for this? Do we actually want a military base here at all? These sorts of questions will start to come up. I think you'll see particularly the Gulf states start to not move away from the United States necessarily, but start to hedge a little bit more, try to think about what are the other security partners they can bring in, other security partners they can work with, while still trying to retain access, should I say, to US equipment. So they still want to buy the good equipment from the United States. They want to have good relationships with the United States. But in this conflict, having US bases did not protect them from being bombed. So they're going to start thinking about what other options are available to them.
Is the oil shock over?
The oil shock is not over. We first need to wait and see how the opening of the strait progresses, how quickly traffic can get through. We also don't know how insurance is going to work out, and whether or not ships will be able to get the insurance they need to go back, and whether or not they'll want to go back at all. So all of these questions need to be answered. We also don't know the full extent of the damage done to infrastructure in the region. So there's still a lot of unknowns about how quickly that supply can come back on.
The chair of the banking regulator, APRA, John Lonsdale, and the RBA's Brad Jones today warned that the current geopolitical environment is such that finance and technology are becoming the epicentre of grey zone activity. Are the Australian financial system...
Turns out they don't let you grab him by the Hormuzi.
And Australian businesses now finding themselves in what Brad Jones calls an alternative battle space.
Well, I think what we're seeing is that countries are using a greater variety of tactics. And this comes from two sources. The first is a position of strength, and we see the United States use this in financial markets, for example, quite extensively, and in technology, where they retain a very favorable position. And this is an alternative to other forms of coercion, and they're making more use of this. And other countries are starting to do that more. We see that from China, for example, with rare earth minerals. The other aspect is this more asymmetric aspect, and that's what we've seen play out in Iran. And we might start to think of what are the other ways that countries can, from a weaker position, leverage what they have in order to exert some type of economic coercion. So we need to broaden our understanding of what security is, what economic security is, and understand that economic interconnectedness is in creating avenues for weaponization as well.
What do Australian businesses and board directors need to be cognizant of in this environment?
I think we just need to be thinking a bit more critically about where vulnerabilities may lie, and things that we took for granted would always be there or would be secure are becoming more dubious, right? So the global economy has run off a series of standards and norms that things just kind of run this way, and that will always kind of be the case. That is what's changing. So things that we used to take for granted need to be reassessed, and things that we thought may not be sources of vulnerability may become sources of vulnerability, and we need to interrogate more holistically what our supply chains look like and where those vulnerabilities may be.
And is Australia, as a country, moving fast enough to address the challenge?
Well, the Australian government has prioritised a number of areas in this space, but the important thing is that this ultimately needs to be paid for in some way, and that will always be a political question, right? So if we want to move away from Chinese supply chains for critical minerals and rare earths, for example, there's a lot of opportunity for Australia in that space, but we're not really going to be able to compete with China on price here. So someone needs to pay, and who's that going to be? And those sorts.
You can't compete because Xi's nuts. I couldn't think of anything else, so I just hit the button.
Of questions are
welcome.
Are inhibiting some of the progress in these areas, and that will continue to come up, not just in critical minerals, but a whole host of other areas as well.
Madison Cartwright, thank you.
Thank you.
Madison Cartwright. Hey, by the way, I think Australia might be the real Fourth Reich. This Pauline Hanson is going nuts.
Emboldened by surging support, Pauline Hanson makes her press club debut.
If I sound defiant, yes, I am. Am I committed? You bet I am.
But for the One Nation leader, controversies never far.
This was so good. This was so good.
Her speech sensationally disrupted by a stunt.
We're not doing stunts, all right?
A bright yellow banner unfurling on stage, accusing her of opposing wage rises for workers, before being swiftly torn down by management.
Just feel hungry.
Left-wing group Get Up claiming credit. It was us. Pauline Hanson ploughing on, promising to slash immigration and change the face of the nation.
We cannot be a multicultural society, but we must be monocultural.
Before clashing with journalists,
What the fuck is a monocultural society? Does she just want whites?
The Guardian's Sarah Martin over a question about her daughter Lee's role as an advisor.
Hey, is ginger a culture? Does she just want gingers? Like, what is she asking about? Just whites?
To One Nation Senator Sean Bell.
Did you have any role in appointing her to that position? You never give up. I've never seen a person that's such a trashy journalist.
No fan of the media. If One Nation got its way, the ABC would become a subscription-only service. The SBS would be gone altogether.
You're going to be without a job.
Workers' rights to...
you're going to be without a job, mate. Yeah, just make sure you get the shrimp on the barbie, all right? Mate. Yeah, bloody Monday.
Be renegotiated across the board. The senator wanting to rebalance the system in favour of bosses.
You can't sack people these days. They're on their phones, they don't work, they don't turn up, they actually are lazy.
Setting up a battle.
Oh, you can't sack people these days. You know? No, you can't sack them.
Over industrial relations, Labor today putting workers front and...
Look at this idiot. Albanese, bro. This guy is such a lib. You know, he's going to enable Pauline Hanson to win. Oh, fucking hell.
Centre, extending a 15% pay rise for childcare workers at a cost of $3.6 billion.
Can you imagine a Liberal Party or a One Nation Party doing something like this? The answer is no.
Late today, the National Press Club referred the stunt to the federal police and apologised to Senator Hanson.
You bloody dingo. You bloody dingo, mate. I can't tell you how fuck this is.
Two people, it said, entered the building without permission yesterday, installed the drop-down screen and activated it using a remote control today. The club's now considering its legal options.
With every attack, our support just keeps growing.
A new stage, but a consistent and defiant message. Jane Norman, ABC News, Canberra.
You flaming gala.
Let's bring in Nash.
You flaming gala, dingo. All right, dingo.
Every time I need to recenter myself around the Aussie accent, I have to say dingo, because that's the word I know how to say like an Aussie.
You dingo, mate.
You know, it's like, God
damn it,
with the American hillbilly accent.
But dingo is like proper Aussie, isn't it?
National political lead David Speers. Now, David, this was a fiery and combative first press club appearance for Pauline Hanson. Will this ultimately help or hinder her movement?
Jeremy, Pauline Hanson won't be hurt by the confidence she displayed today. She was unflappable in the face of scrutiny from journalists and that...
I saw that, not the one, when she says that she's native, like she's trying to say that she's indigenous. By the way, what culture is she talking about? Is she talking about gingers? Or whites? Like, what is she going to do with all the blacks and the browns and the reds and the yellows? What is she going to do? Is she just going to put them in concentration camps? What does Pauline think is going to happen to everybody? What does she think?
Protest stunt. Her long list of grievances will no doubt resonate with those who want an outsider to break up the status quo. But her list of solutions wasn't as long. And on a couple of fronts, Senator Hanson made statements today that may come back to bite. She sided with bosses who complain workers are lazy and difficult to sack. And she called for an end to multiculturalism, which is something many Australians hold dear. One Nation has leapt ahead in the polls, but these are riskier positions for a party seeking broad support.
David Speers with that analysis.
I tell you what, we got to get them gingers.
Okay, now I'm just switching accents. I haven't recentered. Is Canada in a recession? Let's check.
Canada has experienced 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth, which has pushed the country into a technical recession. Historically, this puts pressure on the Canadian dollar versus the US dollar, meaning the Canadian dollar-US dollar exchange rate is likely to weaken in the near term. There are a few factors that contribute
6 out of 10.
Weaker growth increases pressure on the Bank of Canada to cut rates,
6?
narrowing Canada's rate advantage relative to the US and typically weighing on the Canadian dollar. Lower growth also reduces demand for Canadian exports and commodities, especially oil, to which the Canadian dollar is highly sensitive. One mitigating factor is that Q1 GDP reading was only slightly negative. The minus 0.1% reading technically places Canada in a recession, but for now it suggests only a very mild slowdown. This technical recession reinforces near-term bearishness and standard currency economics at work. Weaker domestic growth plus potential monetary easing equals softer currency.
Guys, I can speak Canadian. A boot. Was that good? A boot? Okay. Let's look at this, because this one was interesting. I watched it before. This guy was actually... this guy's a raging neoliberal Aussie guy.
I do think the economy needs to have some sort of a downturn. I think it's already starting to arrive.
Does the US-Iran ceasefire agreement take some pressure off the RBA to address again ongoing high inflation with an interest rate hike?
Well, it's a good story, isn't it? If the Strait of Hormuz is reopened over time and we head back to some semblance of normal in terms of that trading flow, and that's going to help free up what is a supply constraint at the moment, I think we have to be really cautious that, this is one step in a process, that it's going to take time to reopen. There's a lot of disruption that's happened. We've got fertiliser that hasn't gotten out there for 3 months, and so a lot of agricultural yields are likely to be low. There's a whole collection of stories that I think still have to play out yet. But I think the RBA will look at this certainly as positive news that we're heading towards some semblance of normal.
Even before the news was announced, you had said that you expect the RBA's next move will be down. Why? When inflation continues to be above the target?
Well, it's certainly, we still have an inflation challenge. And I think the RBA is still going to note that. They're going to note that inflation's too high, this is the primary focus and so on. But at the same time, I think over the last little while, the last couple of months, we've seen some really clear signs that growth is weakening quite quickly in the economy. And GDP in the first quarter was weaker than expected.
GDP this, GDP. I get sick of this shit, bro.
And then the range of partials where business confidence has fallen, consumer sentiments at a low level. We've seen household spending fall in April, employment fall in April, the unemployment rate rise to a 4.5-year high in April, auction clearance rates are declining, house prices are declining. There's a lot of indicators that tell us that we slowed down in the first quarter and growth probably weakens even further into the second quarter. So I think with that, the RBA is unlikely to be convinced that they'll have to lift interest rates any further from here. Firmly on hold this week, and then we think that this is the peak. So the next move we think is down, but not for some time. I mean, this is the key difference between this and previous cycles. All those things can weaken, but we've still got an inflation challenge, so the RBA has to sit still for an extended period while it puts downward pressure on the economy.
You are painting quite a negative picture of some key economic indicators. You've warned before of the potential this year for recession. Are we likely to see it?
Well, we think our central case is that we are in a downturn in the second quarter, that actually GDP will end up contracting in the second quarter of this year. But as we've talked about just then, if we make progress globally, if the Strait of Hormuz reopens, some of the pressures come off, that's the sort of thing that we're factoring into our forecasts for supporting at least some positive growth into the second half of this year. So we have a downturn, a weakening, almost a needed weakening, actually. I mean, the economy needs to slow down if we're going to get inflation down, but we haven't penciled in a recession as a central case. And
economy needs to slow down if we're going to get inflation down. So it is interest rate hikes. Hiking the interest rate makes the economy slow down. That's what this guy is saying.
And that's still the view we carry.
What do you see happening with the jobless rate?
We think the unemployment rate continues to gradually trend higher. We've got it rising to 5% by the early part of next year.
Oh, damn. 5% of Australia unemployed?
Yeah, so that would be higher than we've been for quite a while, and it is an upward trend in the unemployment rate. But our view is that the economy needs to have a period where the unemployment rate is above full employment if you're actually going to get inflation to come down in a sustained way. And we think that the slowdown in growth that we've already got underway and that we think will continue over the next few quarters will generate fewer jobs than we've seen in recent times.
This guy will say everything. He will say every single thing other than tax the rich. He will say everything. Let's get unemployment rates up. Let's get interest rates up. Let's stop economic spending. Let's decrease the tax for everybody. But he'll never talk about increasing the tax on the rich.
If a recession does indeed occur, will it be the recession Australia had to have, or has the federal government's budget changes contributed to slowing the economy quite sharply at the same time that the RBA was trying to put the brakes on with its interest rate rises?
Well, I think there are two parts to that. I mean, the first one is I do think the economy needs to have some sort of a downturn. I think it's already starting to arrive. I've been on this program a few times in the last couple of months saying it's already arriving in March. We can see signs of it already, and I think we're pretty clear that that's what's already happening. And yes, I think it does have to happen. I don't think you can keep growing at the rates we were through last year and even into the sort of year rate for the first quarter of this year, and think that that inflation will come back down to the Reserve Bank's targets. There's no other real way to get inflation down fast enough at this point. And then in terms of what the budget's done, I think the budget has.
Guys, if you are watching along on TikTok, just know that it is Community Fest month, and this community deserves to win something, because this community has been around for so long and we put in a lot of effort. I have included like just the one coin gifts that give you points, and make sure to contribute in some way if you can.
Shaken confidence a bit, and I think it's also got a very clear design feature, which is to try to put downward pressure on house prices to improve housing affordability. The removal of the negative gearing and the CGT discount for existing dwellings, amongst other things, is designed to improve housing, and it's doing that. It's seeing house prices fall. We've seen auction clearance rates come down, and so I think that is going to take a bit of the strength out of the economy, the momentum
Kia ora,
of the economy
the
as
day
well.
room.
Is
Welcome.
the Assistant Minister Daniel Molino right when he says many bank chief economists believe the tax changes will remove distortions from the system? Are you in that camp?
I think so. I think we can say that the design of the tax changes will help to remove some of the distortions in the housing space. So that very clearly in the housing space.
What about in the business and investment space?
Well, I think it's more of an open question. The fact that the CGT discount was removed from the whole collection of assets is going to reshape what goes on in the business sector, and I think there's a question.
The CGT discount he's talking about is capital gains tax. So they removed the capital gains tax discount, which is good.
As to how that's going to play out. And I think more broadly, I would say the budget looked at those sorts of tax changes, but I think there are a whole bunch of other things that could have been done to make the tax system more efficient. So things like looking at the GST, looking at lowering the personal income tax rates, looking at lowering corporate tax rates, and there were broader things that...
Lowering income tax rates, lowering corporate tax rates. What about increasing tax rates? What about increasing tax rates on the wealthy? Why not that? Why do we never get that?
That could have been done as well on the regulatory environment and competition that if they're done in bigger scale, would really focus on the bigger problem we have. The bigger problem we have is weak productivity growth.
Hey,
in Australia.
Transwoman, welcome.
On that, the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, continues to talk about the boom in business investment. But is it a good thing for the economy if that growth in investment is based solely or largely around data centres, particularly if the dividends
That's good to have you
aren't
here.
felt here, they flow overseas?
Well, I
Love
think,
you too.
Again, the question is, we're building a lot of data centres right now. This, in principle, is a good story. It's going to add to the capital stock. But the key question is going to be how quickly do businesses find a way to apply the technology, the AI that comes off the back of these data centres, to actually improving their processes, lowering their cost base, improving their productivity. And if that's where we go and businesses move faster and start using that technology in that sort of way, I think that's a positive thing for productivity.
Instead of tightening the belt, tighten the bow tie. Oh, I love that. Great saying.
Growth. I think that looks like a clear way that we're going to see some improvements.
Is it clear, though, that we're going to be able to do that here in the short to medium term?
Well, that's the question. And
Here's one thing I'm going to tell all of you, okay? You're all watching this. This is not me trying to lecture anybody. This is just me saying every single person has to become more, has to educate themselves about how the economy works and how the capitalist system works at a high level, at least. Not every detail, just enough so you can have these conversations with these neoliberal pricks, because these neoliberal pricks often use a lot of jargon and often use a lot of a lot of they complicate simplicity. They overcomplicate things on purpose to make things harder to understand. They talk about productivity. They talk about they talk about decreasing and increasing inflation. They talk about growth. They talk about unemployment, but they rarely talk about what that means for the human being. Right? It's very disconnected from humanity. But I think we can start to be effective in these conversations if we learn more about the economy. They use their knowledge about the economy to talk down to people, because that's what people value the most, unfortunately, is the economy, is growth. People value this stuff. If we can't educate ourselves on these subjects, then our opinions on these things will be diluted by neoliberals who think money is the only thing that matters. Yeah, that's it. They'll fill up the conversation with jargon, and there'll be other neoliberals like sitting around going, yeah, that's right. You don't know anything, because these spokesmen are getting their salaries from the very rich, so they're not going to work against their money source. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know the answer to that. I think what we can say at the moment is we've been quite slow on the uptake in terms of using AI broadly in the business level. But
see, this guy's going to start talking about productivity now.
May very well be that businesses, given the availability of it, given we're building lots of data centers, will start to do that more quickly. I think that is about the main thing that I'm looking at that potentially lifts our productivity over time, because I don't see that there's been that much policy action that's been pointed in that direction. So if that's the case, if we can get that to happen, we can improve productivity by applying AI and technology, then we might be able to grow a bit faster than we've been growing in recent times, more sustainably.
Paul Bloxham, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. What he's talking about there is making people work harder. Next thing you know, he'll say, we need 5-day working weeks, or we need 10-hour working days, or whatever the fuck. But that's what he's talking about. All right, next segment. We're going to go next segment, which is when protests become security threats. When protests become security threats. U.S. Justice Department accuses 15 Minnesota activists of Antifa activities. Shit. U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen has accused the activists of seeking to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. The administration of United States President Donald Trump has announced criminal charges against 15 Minnesota activists described as members of Antifa, the loose-knit anti-fascist organization. Bro, Antifa, bro. Oh my gosh. It's so weird. Like, fascists arresting anti-fascists. It's so funny that they're going after Antifa, literally anti-fascist. At a news conference on Tuesday, U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen tied the charges to Trump's directive last year to counter domestic terrorism and organized political violence. Political violence is a national scourge in our time, Rosen said before outlining the charges. They include conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers, solicitation to commit violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assaulting federal officers, and the destruction of government property. 12 of the 15 defendants, Rosen added, were taken into custody on Tuesday morning. 2 remain at large, and a third had already been detained. According to Rosen, they were all connected to the activist group Direct Action Minnesota, formerly known as Twin Cities Direct Action. That group protested the hardline immigration crackdown that Trump authorized in Minnesota from December through February. Oh shit, no, let's not do that. The crackdown known as Operation Metro Surge was widely criticized for excessive violence and legally dubious tactics, including a policy of not seeking judicial warrants before entering private homes. In January, 2 U.S. citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Wait. Wasn't there another guy? Why is the black man who was killed not mentioned ever? Was shot dead as part of the operation, prompting nationwide outrage. Democrats have framed the operation as a whole as a politically motivated action against left-leaning jurisdictions. Operation Metro Surge was nothing but a show of force to intimidate states that voted against Trump, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz wrote on Tuesday. Thankfully, Minnesotans showed the country what standing up to authoritarianism looks like. Despite the backlash, the Trump administration has continued to seek indictments against protesters accused of impeding federal law enforcement efforts during Operation Metro Surge. At Tuesday's news briefing, Rosen also sought to brush aside concerns that the latest charges could be seen as an attack against the free speech rights of demonstrators. These defendants have been charged not for what they say, but for what they do. They all joined an agreement, a conspiracy to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. The conspiracy was not to interfere by their voice, but do it by force. What? That's a crime, and it will not be tolerated in the United States. Reporters, however, pressed Rosen to answer if any federal officers were injured as a result of the actions attributed to the 15 defendants. One questioned if Rosen was describing thought crimes as opposed to real crimes, borrowing a term from George Orwell's dystopian novel 1984. Rosen responded by saying the number of officers injured will roll out in the course of the prosecution. He also dismissed the question as irrelevant. Whether or not they actually, at the end of the day, cause bodily harm is not the measure of whether or not they committed a serious federal crime, Rosen said. And I would dare say we just cannot have in this country of all people getting together, engaging in all these violent acts, and then simply saying, well, nobody got hurt, so how bad could it have been? Crazy. Oh my gosh.
So then, US President Donald Trump's border czar says a drawdown of immigration enforcement agents in Minnesota has now started. Speaking in Minneapolis, Tom Homan said the surge of operations in the city will end. It comes after immigration officers in the city shot and killed 2 US citizens last month. The killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy in 2 separate incidents have led to condemnations and protests. President Trump had promised the largest domestic deportation operation in American history.
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude. A significant drawdown has already been underway this week, and will
Bro, this guy is half cut.
Continue to the next week.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Senate Homeland Security Committee is holding a hearing on federal immigration enforcement after those controversial operations in Minnesota. The session is split into 2 sessions. First, we're hearing from elected and executive officials from the state, and I think that's happening right now, which is focusing on the local fallout from the operations, including the fatal shooting of nurse Alex Preddy. Then a second panel a little bit later is questioning federal witnesses, and that includes the heads of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
I think they're saying physical violence and mental violence. So the protesters are causing the armed militaristic group of white supremacists mental harm.
ICE and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Activists from Minnesota, they're rallying outside Capitol Hill, calling for ICE funding to be cut.
Our demands are simple and they're non-negotiable. We immediately want ICE out of all of our communities. We want ICE out of all indigenous lands across Turtle Island, across the United States, to immediately end the occupation and to end the violence.
It breaks my heart that anyone is afraid to leave their home out of fear they will not return at the hands of our U.S. government. And the damage caused by ICE in our communities will take a long time to heal and repair.
Al Jazeera's Heidi J. Castro standing by for us on Capitol Hill. But first, let's head to the White House. Alan Fisher is right there. And Alan, tell us more about the border czar's announcements and coming.
Why are they called the border czar? Like, isn't the border czar sounds so violent
at the time that it has?
Well, Operation Metro Surge saw 4,000 arrests, many protests, and of course 3 shootings, 2 of them fatal. But it was bad publicity for Donald Trump, and he was getting a great deal of criticism, not just from Democrats, not just from people in the state, but from Republicans around the country as well, that this was not the image that they wanted to portray. Tom Homan says that they will continue with their mass deportations. In fact, he wants them to hit record numbers, but they're going to start a drawdown of people in the state. Now, around 3,000 will leave over the next week or so, but they will continue operations there. Tom Homan says it's important that they've now gained local cooperation and they'll continue to carry out their operations. He believes this was a success, but of course everyone sees that it was a PR disaster for Donald Trump, and that's reflected in the polls, which showed that most Americans, including even Republicans...
The czar title is what makes Tom Homan sound like he's constantly gargling balls. Jeez nuts. Just to give an idiot a job.
Republicans were dead set against the way ICE was carrying out operations in Minnesota.
All right, let's head from the short distance from the White House to Capitol Hill. Heidi J. Castro joins us from there. We've got these hearings, Heidi, 2 elements to them. They've been hearing from elected and executive officials from state, and then we're on to the federal witnesses, including the head of ICE. So tell us what's going to happen.
Right, and the timing of this, of course, we're seeing the reaction to Holman's announcement about that end of the immigration operation in Minneapolis. We're seeing that reaction from those Minneapolis, Minnesota officials in real time because, of course, they are here on Capitol Hill. This was news to them, this surprise announcement. And Keith Ellison, the Minnesota's Attorney General, the highest law enforcement official in the state, took in that news, but he wasn't given much of a chance to really react to it. Republicans on the Senate Homeland Security Committee were grilling him on other Trump administration favorite talking points, attacking Ellison for allegations that he accepted campaign contributions from individuals who were later convicted of fraud. Ellison trying to narrow the scope of these hearings back down to immigration, saying that 77% of those who were arrested in Minnesota due to this surge did not have criminal records, he said, and some were children. He also said, and he was supported by Democrats on the panel, saying although this surge in Minnesota appears to be coming to an end, there is still healing to be done in that state, and there are still questions as to how ICE continues to enact these mass deportations through the rest of the country, including what will be the next target of the Trump administration. Those questions are still lingering. And of course, the context here is that Congress only has until this Friday to agree on a funding plan for the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees immigration, because there could be another partial government shutdown on Saturday if they do not agree. Democrats are insistent on these legal guardrails for the way ICE conducts its immigration raids and arrests. Some Republicans, including the committee.
So when the empire, American empire, I'm speaking about here, just to let everybody understand, when the empire becomes less effective on the outside of its borders, it will start to focus on the inside more and more. So America, I am telling you this right now. Your country is about to go through. If you think this is bad, I don't think this is as bad as it's about to get. Because Donny Boy tried to fuck up the world and he failed. Okay? He tried to mess up China. He failed. He tried to mess up India. He tried to mess up Russia. He tried to mess up Asia. He tried to mess up Africa. He's still trying to mess up Africa. Still trying to mess up Latin America. But they're all failing one by one. One by one, they'll all start to fail. And then he's going to look internally. If he lasts that long, I think his ideology will keep going. But imagine if JD Vance is elected in the next election. Oh my gosh. It's going to keep happening, I think. Vance is no better. Marco Rubio is no better. The world needs a Comrade Stalin. No, it doesn't. When is my documentary coming out, Sean? Sean, I have been struggling to work on it, but I'm hoping I'll get some time on this weekend to finish it. So probably on Monday, I'm hoping.
These Chair Rand Paul also citing concerns just about the spending, the funding that the agency is requesting.
Hey,
Moonlight. All of those things are still unresolved as the time ticks toward another possible government shutdown.
Yeah, and as you're talking, it looks like that first session, the first element of the panels is just winding up. Heidi
Moonlight says, that's the problem. The ideology goes on. We need a full purge. Moonlight, you're speaking like a Lenin or a Stalin or a Mao. You sound like a radical leftist. Yeah, Sean, yes. Yes, I will be. I'm working on a documentary about the refugees and asylum seekers crossing the Mediterranean. And I have finished recording it. I have finished making the first chapter. But there's like 8 chapters, so it's going to take a little bit of time.
For the time being, thanks very much. Let's head to back to the White House. Alan Fisher is there. So, Alan, President Trump, of course, had promised.
That's a good thing, by the way, Moonlight. A radical leftist. That wasn't an insult.
The largest domestic deportation operation in American history. Now he's had to pull back in Minneapolis. Might that have a knock-on effect on the overall Trump policy on immigration?
Well, they'll obviously look at the way the operation was carried out there, but it's not going to stop these sort of raids in various places around the country. It's been driven by Donald Trump. He believes that this is an election promise that has to be followed through. He believes that Republicans in their heart believe that this is the right thing to do. He thinks the base thinks this is a very popular idea. And of course, with Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, and particularly Stephen Miller, his Deputy Chief of Staff, who has 10 o'clock meetings every morning to discuss how these operations are ongoing, they're not going to stop. They're going to go ahead. But clearly what happened in Minnesota was a bad look when you have 3 shootings, 2 of them fatal, when you have massive protests, not just there, but around the country against the way ICE are doing business, when you have Republicans on the House and in the Senate saying this is not how America should be operating, then you have a huge PR problem. And Donald Trump has acknowledged that. He said in a couple of interviews that he didn't think this was carried out the way it should have been. So what it may be is a reset, but it's certainly not going to mean that they're going to stop this kind of operation in various places around the United States.
Since returning to the presidency in 2025, Trump has faced ongoing questions about whether he has used the Department of Justice to suppress free speech during his second term. In September, for instance, he issued an executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terror organization, accusing it of seeking to the overthrow of the U.S. Okay. Seeking to overthrow the U.S. I think this is very similar to what Palestine Action, the terrorism sort of designation of Palestine Action. Very similar. Analysts, however, have questioned the accuracy of his characterization, noting that Antifa is a broad label for a variety of anti-fascist movements rather than a single organized entity. The Brennan Center for Justice, an advocacy organization, called the order an effort to criminalize opposition. But Tuesday's indictment, which stretches across 94 pages, seeks to present the 15 defendants as Antifa agents committed to inciting violence against federal agents. It quotes one defendant, Cameron Kennedy, as posting on Facebook, "You will never win with nonviolence alone, ever. No one has. No one will. You absolutely need militants to win." Okay, look. This is the kind of shit that you probably shouldn't post on social media. And then, I don't know why you would post something like this on social media, okay? Just don't do this. This is stupid. This is what I mean by Western leftism. Western leftism is like this. Western leftism is like this. It's like they do shit like this, and then when police get them and they look, stop doing this. This is stupid. You know the people, these people, like the people that, Western Marxists look up to, like the Ho Chi Minhs of the world, Mao's, they would never have done this like this. They would never, ever have posted this on social media. Okay? Don't do this. This does not make you look strong. This does not make you look cool. This is dumb. It also describes defendants as maintaining databases of federal vehicles. You know who does shit like this? Donald Trump. Fascists. Donald Trump does shit like this all the time. Because Donald Trump has privilege. He does this. I bet you this person is a white person. I have no doubt that this person is a white person. Cameron Kennedy sounds like a white person. Black and brown people would never post shit like this on social media. Most of, like 98% of the time, we know if something's going to happen, you just don't post shit. Okay? Don't do it. It also describes defendants as maintaining databases of federal vehicles, training protesters to use shields, and organizing blockades around the Bishop Henry Whipple building, where officers for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, are located. People with privilege can post this sort of stuff and kind of get away with it. Okay? But not even them. All their privilege will be gone in a second if you're not fighting for the thing that the state deems valid. Their aim, the indictment says, was to forcibly challenge, block, or stop immigration raids, detentions, and deportations. Today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized lawless behavior which seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law, endangering law enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting, Rosen said. Hey, Men89, welcome. Tuesday's indictment is not the first time the Trump administration has attempted to prosecute protesters who denounced Operation Metro Surge. In late January, for instance, the Justice Department successfully sought a grand jury indictment against 9 people, including journalist Don Lemon, after they attended protests that took place at a church. You know who doesn't post shit like that? Even Palestinians who are currently sitting under bombs, even as they've been in Palestine for 77 years, they won't put shit like that on social media. Just remember, guys, if you want to stand for a movement, you got to understand that the people protecting Capitol have guns, body armor, they have the legal system, they have the political system, they have the capitalist class, all of these different tools protecting them. They are militarized and they are using capital. They are so rich, they are so resourced that no one action is going to stop it. We are in an asymmetric battle. And you got to think long term. You got to think long term. You got to think how you can use your privilege to move the world in the right direction. You got to think how you can use your privilege. You know, choose your lane and stick to it. And you don't need to advertise it. You just need to do it. You just need to be consistent and do it. I've chosen mine. I'm not a violent person. I do not want to shoot, harm, or do anything like that. I chose my place from here in little old Aotearoa, New Zealand, to educate as much as possible, as often as possible. I chose my role. Hey, Maria, choose your role. Choose your role and stick to it. That is the most radical, game-changing thing you can do. Just choose your role, stick to it. And be patient. Be patient. These things don't change overnight, okay? But it is changing. It is changing. We are in the core of the empire because we're in the West. So don't do shit like this, please. Don't tweet that you're going to be violent. It's so stupid. In late January, for instance, the Justice Department successfully sought a grand jury indictment against 9 people, including journalist Don Lemon, after they attended a protest that took place at a church. That came after a magistrate judge restricted the initial charges against them. By February, the Justice Department added 30 more people to the indictment, which accuses participants of abridging the right to religious freedoms. But the Trump administration has faced setbacks in its efforts to prosecute such cases. One of the 39 people accused of participating in the church protest, for instance, saw her charges dismissed in March after it was revealed she was not actually in attendance. She wasn't even in attendance, bro. She caught a stray and she wasn't even in attendance. Holy shit. Amira, salam. Oh my gosh. Other cases have likewise been dropped due to a lack of evidence or after false statements from federal officials have been brought to light. They are going for Tucker as well. Yeah. I'm sure at some stage people will start coming after everybody who speaks up. I'm like ready, and I understand the risks that I had to take when I was doing this. And I said I would not censor myself while speaking in public. It's tough, you know? It's tough when you have a family and you get death threats and stuff. But it's like, if you believe in something, sometimes, you know, it's just, you just got to do it, man. You got to figure it out. You got to figure it the fuck out, guys. They're going to go after everybody. They're protecting capital, guys. They're protecting capital. This is what they do. This is exactly what they do. You saw the Thiel list?
There is a list.
What's the Thiel list?
There is a list.
Hang on. This has just come through my timeline.
Open affection among allies, but patience is wearing thin. Left waiting for a notoriously unpredictable US president. Having secured an interim deal to end his conflict with Iran, this is a meeting Donald Trump wouldn't miss.
This is yours.
A gift from the German Chancellor and a reminder whose team he's on. This is the first time G7 leaders have met since the US and Israel launched war on Iran.
You see this little house curry here? You see this house curry right here? Look at him, right next to Trump. Would you have expected anything different? Look at him. Look at house curry Modi. Right there next to all the powerful white supremacists. Ugh.
The US says a ceasefire agreement has already been signed with a regime that he promised.
Look at him helping Donald Trump down like he would his mistress.
To overthrow.
We're dealing with people that I think are very rational people. I mean, they were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people.
But ongoing Israeli strikes in Lebanon threaten to derail it. The US president increasingly critical of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long.
Okay. Wait a second. Okay, guys. Okay. Let's just quickly take a look at this. Wow, look at the bronzer on this. Holy cannoli. Wait a second. Hold the freaking phone, bro. Holy shit.
Increasingly critical of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long.
Whoa! The tone! Oh my gosh! Oh! I can't show it. Hold on, can I show it? Oh, crap. It showed the wrong thing. Sorry. It showed the wrong thing. I can't show it. It's Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump's face. So it's like an old photo. His face is so brown and bronze. And then now at him at the G7 looks like fucking Casper. Looks like Michael Clark. Oh, he hasn't put bronzer on that skin in a while. Holy shit. That's a lot of bronzer, bro.
And too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody.
Israel says its forces will remain in Lebanon as long as necessary.
Without the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the territories they've occupied in this war, a full end to this war has not been achieved.
Israel can play the spoiler, but the price will be friction with the US administration and Trump specifically.
While those sitting around the table this week were always against the war, they've agreed to clean up Donald.
Okay, look, if Trump gets assassinated now, I think we all know who the perpetrators will be.
Donald Trump's mess. A group of European nations committing to sending ships to the Middle East to demine the Strait of Hormuz.
A group of countries prepared to play their part in terms of reassurance to get vessels through the strait.
The G7 will now turn its attention to Ukraine. Peace there is a priority for Europe.
Just here, please, down there, please.
They're hoping to steer America's focus there too.
The other side.
And Catherine Diss joins us now. Catherine, it wasn't just praise and gifts for Donald Trump. He also had to answer some tough questions.
Good evening,
By the way, this is kind of what happened in World War II as well. Europe is so shameless, bro. Europe is so shameless. It's just the amount of dick riding. Oh, gosh. Is this all Europe knows how to do? Just ride it? Just ride that dick. Ride that fascist dick. Is this what Europe does all the time? Europeans, I'm asking you.
Jeremy, yes, look, at this year's G7 summit, leaders have had a very delicate balancing act on their hands. They have become more frank with the US President Donald Trump, after all, feeling his wrath in the past year, and even more so for not joining his war with Iran. But despite all of that, they have had to put those differences aside and support his so-called deal to end the war. They've also had to keep him interested long enough to stay until the end. The summit will wrap up with a lavish dinner at the opulent Palace of Versailles. Perhaps the French President Emmanuel Macron hoping that old hacks will do the trick.
Catherine Diss reporting.
Oh my gosh, dude. We're in like the worst. It's so bad that these people can get away with all of what they're doing, man. Okay, so this is the next stage of censorship that we're going to see in the world. They're going to start saying social media ban for children. Okay, this is where parents being involved in their children's lives is so fucking important. Okay, it's up to us as parents to make sure. Yeah, they can ban stuff. They can ban stuff like this, but we need to be there. We need to educate our kids. Okay, it's not good enough to just be busy at work and then let them go to school and then, you know, they'll learn whatever the hell they get taught at school and then come back home. And you sit on your live stream and then you're busy for the rest of the evening. It's not good enough. Stop live streaming. Okay? Start educating your kids. You're live streaming too much. You're making too much content. Just start educating your kids. UK examines steps to stop children circumventing social media ban. They've already banned social media for under 16s in Oz months ago. No, this is the UK now, not the one. This is the UK now, and France is doing the same. They want to do it here in Aotearoa as well. They'll try to ban VPN. Yeah, ID tracking and censorship laws. Yeah, they should regulate the companies not tracking users. Yep, exactly. Government considers putting age limitations on virtual private networks to help enforce restrictions. Ministers are considering putting age limits on virtual private networks to stop children circumventing the forthcoming social media ban, as the UK's regulator warned a serious practical problem checking users are over 16. Hold on. Can parents just let their kids on their own social media? How would they know? Why can't I give my son my phone with my social media and go, yeah, just go for it, bro? Sir Keir Starmer on Monday announced the UK would impose ban on under 16s accessing social media sites. The restrictions, which seek to go further than a pioneering ban introduced in Australia, are due to come into force in early 2027. My daughter stole my license and used that. Oh, kids. No, I'm seriously interested in this, right? My son uses my YouTube account because YouTube is social media too. He uses my YouTube account, and on the TV, YouTube for him has been it's been what do you call it? Oh my gosh, I'm forgetting words again. I have filtered out all the bad shit for him. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh my gosh. Finish my sentence. Come on, somebody. No, not parental controls. Not parental controls. I have... No, not profile. Oh, the word! Not content filter, not restricted. Yeah, okay, restricted's fine. Restricted's fine. Noisy, they don't have kids' YouTube accounts there. They do, but he doesn't like curated. DJ Holds, you freaking genius. Curated. Hey, Rabbit Lady, welcome. I have curated. My wife and I, Amber as well, included in this. We have curated the people he likes, and he finds other people, but he's always watching reaction stuff for games and all of this. It's good. I mean, that's fine. That's fine if he watches that. What, will he be banned from using my account now? Ofcom, the media regulator, on Tuesday warned that the preferred means of several big tech companies to enforce Australia's ban may not be effective. In Australia, apps including TikTok and YouTube use algorithms that assess a user's age from their online behavior, Ofcom said. The evidence does not yet show that these models can deliver an effective privacy-preserving solution for an under-16 ban. A social media ban has been hugely popular with British parents. However, critics have long warned of the practical difficulties. The government has provided little detail on how the UK's ban would be implemented. Starmer has given Ofcom until October to find a way to impose highly effective age checks after reports that teenagers have widely flouted similar restrictions in Australia. Yeah. Are you over 16? Yes. In a letter to the government, Oliver Griffiths, Ofcom's group director of online safety, said checking users were over 16 should be technically feasible, but would prove harder than existing over 18 restrictions under the Online Safety Act, which use methods such as credit card checks. Ministers have also yet to find a way to stop teenagers circumventing a ban through use of VPNs, which can tell devices that users are in another country. You know what the craziest thing about Aotearoa, New Zealand is? So the age of consent in Aotearoa is 16. Okay? 16. And yet, 16-year-olds aren't allowed to vote. How is that a thing? If the age of consent can be 16, why aren't 16-year-olds allowed to vote? It's so weird. It's exploitation, man. Like, you would think one would happen with the other. Green Party member, Green Party is talking about this. The Green Party in Aotearoa, New Zealand is talking about this. Why aren't they allowed to vote? It's just stupid. Wait, so stay away from seedless fruit and vegetables? What? Wait, so this whole conversation from our standpoint is that this is all to prevent kids from learning about how fucked their country is? Yeah, I think so. Jagale! Hello. It's the same analogy that girl teens can have a child, but young boys can't pay support. Yeah. Exactly, Jigale. If my son, he's 5, okay? My son is fucking 5. But if he does something stupid when he grows up and he's a teenager, I mean, he has to take responsibility for this stuff, okay? Like, as a parent, I'd be like, bro, take accountability. I'd be there. I'd be there for him. But I'd want him to say, you know, he'd take accountability. What the fuck's the point otherwise? I wouldn't make him feel like a dick, but I'd say, I don't know about linking age of consent for sex, but you can join the army at 16. I see. In the USA, you can join the military before 18 with parent consent. But isn't the drinking age in the US like 21? The US is fucked, man. Like, in every single way, it's so weird. So drinking age is 21. What happens when you're 18? You get to vote at 18. Okay. And 16, you get to join the military. Apparently you can join the military at 16. Yeah, what's the age limit to have guns in the US? Kia ora, Ngeru. Our Green Party, by the way, is very, very important. They bought this up. This is how I know that it's actually one of the Green Party's policy is to get 16-year-olds to be able to vote. And the Green Party has been in Aotearoa has been very vocal about it. And yeah, I think it's the right thing. I've seen a 5-year-old shoot up a school in the US. Does that count? Oh, shit. Long 18 and hand 21. What does that mean? Why are you speaking in long 18 and hand 21? What does that mean? Oh, handgun. What's long? Long bow? Did the 5-year-old legally obtain it? What? You can get a rifle at 18 and a handgun at 21? Longbow. 18 is called age of consent in I see. The only way to stop a bad 5-year-old is to arm a good 5-year-old. That's funny, but it or just steal your parents. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm the toddlers. Oh. They don't give a fuck about laws so long as they make a sale. Shit, dude. I'm the toddlers is crazy. America, what's the problem? Toddlers don't have guns. Oh, shit. The only way to stop a bad 5-year-old with a gun is a good 5-year-old with a gun. Nuts. Or put them in body armor so they can come home alive. Oh, man. The US is just such a sad place, man. I'm so sorry, guys, but fucking hell. They need to teach toddlers gun safety. First, we need to bring back child labor so they can afford to buy the guns. True. Ian Murray, digital minister, told the Financial Times that VPNs are a big issue in enforcing the rules. We understand that there's going to be some non-compliance in this, and that's where we want to find the very, very best examples of age verification and how we can make the system work. Asked if this could include requiring age verification for people to use a VPN, he said, "We've not taken anything off the table yet." I.e., he hadn't thought about that one. A consultation on social media restrictions launched earlier this year asked for views on imposing age checks on VPN users. Usage of VPNs soared in the immediate aftermath of the online safety rules coming into force for adult sites last year. However, privacy campaigners have argued that any age limits on VPN, which could require users to prove their identity in order to access the services, would undermine the security protection that such apps provide. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, yeah, you can use our VPN, but you have to tell us who you are. How crazy. This is so boomer coded. I'm sorry, boomers, if you're in the chat. This is nothing against you, but this feels like something boomers came up with and were like, oh, why don't we just like block kids from using social media? And then they were like, oh, great idea. And then just delegated it to other people. It won't work, yeah. Apologies, boomers. I didn't mean to take a swipe at you. It just feels very like the lack of tech savvy. And then we're moving to our next topic. This is a fun one. I don't know whether to feel happy about this or sad or what. No fact check. 15 real rifle design. What? What is this, Matt? Matt, did you just wake up from your sleep, or are you struggling to sleep? What's going on? Is the JR-15 a real rifle? Is the JR-15 a real rifle designed for children? The rifle was originally marketed with baby skull imagery. What the Oh my God, it's real? As 2023 began with a number of harrowing stories about children shooting themselves or others due to their access to guns, one company was selling a rifle that they said was safe and instructive for children. Whoa. The JR-15 is a real rifle for children that was introduced in 2022 by the We1 Tactical firearm company. We1 Tactical? Holy shit. The JR-15. Yeah, the JR-15. Did I say the JR-51? It generated a lot of controversy when it first came out, including comments from California Governor Gavin Newsom, who criticized the marketing, which included a skull and crossbones designed with a pacifier. Oh my gosh. This is vile. A skull and crossbones with a pacifier on weapon of war. Made to look cute to appeal to kids. The manufacturer calls this a JR-15. Every NRA-backed politician should condemn this. At the 2022 SHOT Show, a trade event for gun enthusiasts held in Las Vegas, the We1 Tactical vendor stall showcased the JR-15. Eric Schmidt, who was described as the owner of We1 touted it as a scaled-down AR-15. The stall at the time still had skulls and crossbones-style logos, with what appeared to be a little boy skull wearing a mohawk and with an eye patch and green pacifier, and a little skull with pigtails, eye patch, and pink pacifier. Oh my goodness.
It is now day 3, SHOT Show 2022. I'm here at We1 Tactical with Eric. Eric is the owner. He's also the idea behind what he's holding right here. So Eric, what is this?
This is the JR-15. So what we have here is a scaled down AR-15 in polymer. It also weighs 2.2 pounds.
Hey Henry,
and it's about
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
20% reduction in size.
Hey
So
Abdullah
it fits the
family.
kids really well, and that'll give them confidence to hold this thing the way they should have confidence holding. No drop down in the front, trying to manage a weight that's not right for them. It's also just great. It just fits them. It fits them really well.
Yeah, and that's, I've got kids. And so they're now 8 and 10, right? And so they both started shooting age 3-ish. I think one of them was just under 3, one of them just over 3. But they've been shooting for as long as I could have guns around, right?
That's awesome, Barrett.
And
Yeah.
it's because they have the interest. They started asking the questions, and I'm a huge believer in we got to provide the education. Got to.
You know why this is so fucked up? Is because when our son makes like a gun pointing symbol with his fingers, when he makes like a finger gun, we tell him off. Even when he makes a finger gun, it's like, no, stop doing it. And then these mofos are giving them real fucking rifles, bro. What the fuck is going on?
Teach them about the dangers and the risks, but we also have to educate them and take away that curiosity. But one of the biggest challenges is guns aren't made, for a 5-year-old to be able to shoot. They're made for adults,
Jimmy.
typically.
I'm
And
good,
so
thank
when
you.
I came
How
by
are
and
you?
saw this yesterday, it excites me because a lot of the struggles are going to.
Might you lose YouTube? But this is a video on YouTube, though. Why the hell will I? Really? This is a video on YouTube. Okay, we won't watch it. We won't watch it then. I'm not showing a video off YouTube. This is a YouTube video. If they can let it on you. Really? Okay, fine. Yeah, that's insane. That's so insane that people can post this on YouTube, but I can't watch it on YouTube. Anyway. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think we get the idea, yeah. When they're making the JRPG next. Thank you. Mitsunagi. Thank you. France's spy agency replaces Palantir with local rival. Okay. At first, this story seems great. Oh, Palantir lost. Palantir lost. But France replaced Palantir, bro. They just replaced Palantir with another agency to do the same shit. Oh my gosh. Is this a win? Is this a win? Move is part of European drive to reduce dependence on US tech firms. France's domestic intelligence agency has cut its contract with Palantir and replaced it with local rivals Chaps Vision amid a drive by European countries to reduce their dependence on US tech firms. French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu announced the move on Tuesday as part of a push to increase European tech sovereignty. It also revealed plans to invest an additional 655 million euro on AI through 2030, while government workers will be given access to an AI assistant powered by France's Mistral. We must build our own strategic autonomy, Le Cornu said, in the same way that we would not transfer the National Archive to California. We need to develop our own AI tools. Concerns over tech sovereignty were reignited last week after the US government ordered Anthropic to limit access to its state-of-the-art AI models for all foreign nationals, citing national security risks. We cannot depend on the goodwill of some partners who are capable, as we've seen in recent days, of cutting off access to Anthropic's models, said Le Cornu. Europe must find its place because what is at stake is nothing less than our democratic values. Europeans. Palantir, whose software is widely used by US defense and intelligence agencies, has faced growing scrutiny in parts of Europe as governments reassess their dependence on US technology companies. In the UK, its £330 million deal with the National Health Service has been subject to significant scrutiny, while London Mayor Sadiq Khan vetoed a £50 million contract with the city's Metropolitan Police. Germany's armed forces have excluded Palantir from contracts, while officials in Denmark and the Netherlands have similarly expressed a desire to decouple from the US-based software group. It also comes as efforts by the Peter Thiel-chaired group to win federal government contracts in Switzerland have been unsuccessful. Swiss authorities have reportedly declined to adopt Palantir's software, including the army, which abandoned plans to use the technology over concerns about data sovereignty and potential access by U.S. intelligence agencies. France's move comes just 6 months after Palantir had announced a multi-layer renewal of its decade-long contract with France's DGSI intelligence services. It follows a similar decision by German intelligence last month to choose Chaps Visions. Okay, that name is stupid. Chaps Visions? Data tools over US options as European nations become more wary of US tech providers. Le Cornu's office said that the transition from Palantir to Chaps Vision would take between 1 and 3 years in order to allow time to put the new system in place and train agents on it. Palantir's contract, which was considered a temporary solution from the beginning until a sovereign option could be developed, was renewed temporarily at the end of 2025 in order to bridge the gap, it added. Palantir said its long-term contract with the French DGSI remains in force and would run several additional years without giving specifics. It added, for more than 10 years, Palantir supported the DGSI in carrying out its mission in service of France's national security. This cooperation continues under the existing contractual commitments and in full compliance with the highest standards of security, data protection, regulatory compliance, and transparency. Emmanuel Macron, president of France, has been one of the most prominent advocates for Europe to become more independent from the US on everything from technology to weapon systems. Earlier this year, the French government ordered millions of state employees to switch from Microsoft Teams and Zoom to homegrown alternative Visio. Oh my gosh. Oh, Europe, man. Oh, shit. Europe is going to struggle. Honestly, from now on, Europe is going to struggle. See, China saw this coming a long time ago. Banned Google, banned like all the... Oh, what? What happened? Why? What? Gifts are suspended? Why? I have no idea why I got this. I have not shown anything on the screen. And I have only been talking. This is extremely unfair.
I want to be a good boy.
Wait, is it because I am talking about Palantir? Is it because I said Palantir? Oh my gosh. No way. Anyway, however, years-long attempts to persuade Europeans to switch from the likes of Microsoft, Google, and Amazon to local options have proved an uphill battle. We must wean ourselves off our addiction to non-European tools. David Amiel, France's junior minister for the civil service, whose ministry piloted the Visio project, told the FT in January. But they must be up to the best quality standards, otherwise they will fail. From Lord of the Rings, of course. Peter Thiel is into the chat. Oh my gosh, can you believe it? It must be because of that. Unreal, bro. Oh my gosh. That is crazy work. Can I at least say Anthropic? Am I allowed to say Anthropic? Or is that bad as well? What? What in the world? On Friday. Okay, hold on. What's that? The White House's capricious control on Anthropic. An opaque approach to U.S. policy risks hampering AI development. Just say Claudio. Just say Claudio. It doesn't matter. On Friday, the U.S. Commerce Department issued an order restricting the use of Anthropic's newest model, Fable and Mythos, by non-U.S. nationals due to national security concerns, prompting the company. My appeal's not approved. Oh my gosh. Okay, man. Prompting the company to suspend its latest tools. There is some irony in the Trump administration, which brags about its hands-off approach on tech, blocking the vocally pro-regulation Anthropic, but the way the move was carried out, giving Anthropic 90 minutes to comply, has raised alarms across the AI industry. Without a clear and consistent approach to policing frontier models, the U.S. risks hampering the development of the world's most crucial technology. I hurt their feelings. Yeah. The order to Anthropic reportedly came after Amazon researchers raised alarms about potential vulnerabilities in Fable that might allow guardrails to be bypassed and users to gain information about security flaws in other software. Anthropic said it had not been given specific details of the U.S. government's concerns, but insisted that a narrow jailbreak did not merit recalling a commercial model deployed to hundreds of millions of people. Other systems, including those developed by rivals such as OpenAI, possess similar capabilities, it added. The latest cutting-edge models are powerful and the potential national security threats are real. A proper framework to vet the most advanced technologies is needed. The Trump administration recently issued an executive order creating a voluntary framework for U.S. agencies to gain early access to AI models, which, although watered down from a previous version, represented an important first step towards a more coherent approach. This is crazy that they just shut it off. The U.S. administration's concerns over Fable remain unclear and may have real substance. What I think is happening here is that the U.S., I think the U.S. or the U.S. government is taking revenge on Anthropic because Anthropic didn't work with the Pentagon. You know, Anthropic refused to work with the Pentagon. Given Anthropic's disagreements earlier this year with the ongoing litigation with the Department of Defense over its move to label the company a supply chain risk, there will also inevitably be suspicions that the government's move is politically motivated. It was way better, to be fair, but yeah, this is 100%. Senior administration officials have insisted the export controls were an entirely separate safety intervention. Whatever the reality, industry insiders have cautioned that the White House's heavy-handed approach risked casting a pall over the what is this word? Casting a pall. Pall. The word pall generally refers to something that covers, darkens, or causes a feeling of gloom. Pall. I did not know this word. Pall. P-A-L-L. Approached risk casting a pall over the deployment of Frontier AI. Dozens of top cybersecurity executives issued an open letter warning that the White House's actions had taken the best models away from cyber defenders and created market uncertainty without setting out justification. Most people on the left don't talk about this because of their feelings towards AI, but I use Claude for work, and Fable was comparable to Opus 4.5, which was also removed months ago. It's solid, but not all that. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, I agree. Lane Vindell. Look, I think AI is here. It's going to stay. By the way, there's a stat. AI platforms are going to use a shitload of water, and that's true. You know, the farming sector in New Zealand uses more water than all of the AI data centers combined. So just note that activism is good. Just remember that the people who are stopping us from being activists have guns, are militarized, and they are protecting capital. They have the justice system on their side. It's producing food that is being exported around the world. LOL. Bro, it's polluting every single fucking river, Dope Stick. Like, do you just not understand? Like, this is what I mean. Like, you don't understand how much it pollutes the rivers. Because there's nitrogen in the soil, and that runoff is completely fucking up every single river in Aotearoa. Like, do you just say shit like that? Fuck, man. Honestly, like, sometimes you just... it sounds like you are, though. Anyway, Aaron Brockovich looked into the effects of data centers. They have increased cancer and disgusting water. Yeah. Wait, farming is bad? I'm confused. Yeah, the way we farm is fucking terrible for the environment. The way we farm is absolutely terrible for the environment. Farming is a massive cause of pollution and a massive cause of loss of native vegetation, native forests. It's massively bad.
New follower detected.
Jarat Pisano 2. Thank you so much for the follow. Like, you guys have to understand, you can't just be like flippant about this problem. You cannot be so flippant about this problem. You can't be like a maximalist when it comes to AI. You just can't. As a leftist, if you are telling people not to use AI, you better have a good fucking reason, because if you're going to work and you're using AI at your job, then you're being a complete nonce. Okay? I think that's how the English people call it. Nonce. Like, pick your battles, folks. Pick your fucking battles. Given Anthropic's disagreement, okay, whatever the reality, industry insiders have cautioned that the White House's heavy-handed approach risked casting a... Oh, I already read that. Learn to cook vegan. My mom's vegetarian, so we consume very little meat in our house. Like, we consume very little meat in our house, and we don't eat out often at all. We're pretty good. Like, we don't have meat with every meal and things like that. We're like, my mom's South Indian, right? So when we cook, it's very similar, very rice heavy. So our families are very rice heavy, and we have, like, in terms of the food we consume, it's very low footprint, carbon footprint, I would say. But what is low carbon footprint today? Like, everything is... Are you talking about meat farming or vegetables and crops? Meat. Farming for meat in today's world is extremely, extremely bad for the environment. Like, insanely bad for the environment. Like, people get stuck on talking shit about one issue that's trending, but then we'll forget everything that's going on around them. Pick your battles, everybody. If you are a leftist who is like shitting on people for using AI, and then you go to your fucking job, you sit down and you use AI, you are being a gatekeeper for no fucking reason. Stop it. At least activists can use AI for their activism. Jeez. Come on, folks. Grow up. Use what means you have to drive your message. Use it. Don't be gatekeepers. Yeah, exactly, CC. Being a vegan is very expensive. Like, fresh veggies, fresh fruit, super expensive. Think about people who live in food deserts. Like they eat super super processed foods. Like, guys, we don't live in like a perfect world. If you are an activist, just think a little bit. Think a little bit. Choose your battles. Be smart. Don't shout down people or make flippant comments when someone says something and not take any of their thought process into account. It's just crazy. This is where I think Western leftism is just going to shit itself again and again. It's just a bunch of like privileged folk telling people how to behave. Before you know it, Western leftism will become fucking elite. We're given the tools we fucking have, bro. Use it. AI needs intelligent regulation that does not hamper innovation but safeguards around frontier models, and previously unidentified risks are required. Ideally, as Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei has advocated, they should be handled by an arm's length body akin to the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration. Whatever the model, however, striking the right balance is vital for the development of the technology, not just in the US, but the rest of the world. Western leftists have always been elitist, IMO. Yeah, I agree. It's like leftism is some sort of fucking holy grail that the white man invented, you know? It's fucking stupid. This is why I can't read Marx and take that motherfucker seriously, because that guy was spending his time in fucking Europe being bankrolled by a rich ass fucking dude and talking about how people in the global south should look after themselves. I can't listen to motherfuckers like that. I'm sorry. Man. Talking about water. Talking about water. Environment Secretary casts doubt on £10 billion Thames water rescue. Okay, I thought this one was crazy. But I think it shows what the UK is starting to prioritize. Look, I don't call this groundbreaking news or anything like that. But it matters when cities start prioritizing shit like this. It does matter. There's whole cities that can only use bottled water in America daily. Yeah, it's insane, man. It's so insane. Like, how do these people, okay, who think we boycott all of this technology, which we use at work anyway, how do these people who want to make every tool inaccessible to you, how do they expect the world to get educated, and how do they expect the world to move as fast as the people who are oppressing the world are moving? It's like saying, you know, you can't use the tools of the oppressor when every single person in history used the tools of the oppressor for every revolution. Guns were the tools of the oppressor. How many revolutions have happened with guns? It's not about using the tool of the oppressor. It's about how you use the tools of the oppressor and what you use them for. Like I said, if you're using it at work, you're making a conscious choice to use AI at work for enriching your shareholders. I don't fucking do that because my work is this. I use AI 100% for activism. Motherfuckers telling me I shouldn't use it when they go and fill the pockets of some fucking shareholder every single day using some of the most high-powered AI while sitting at their desk and probably getting a Burger King or a fucking McDonald's for lunch. Come on, leftists. The UK's Environment Secretary has cast doubt on the €10 billion rescue package for Thames Water, warning that the plan could place an undue burden on consumers, lifting the prospect of the nationalisation of Britain's biggest water company. Oh my gosh, privatized water, everybody. Put your hands up and say, who wants more privatized water? I do. It's unironically Whopper Wednesday. LA does. You have Burger King there? Yeah, we do have Burger King here. Listen, I use the privatized water. Fire going on in Riverside as we speak. You know what, guys? Like, I can't read this after that. All I want to say is to all of you, okay? What we as leftist thinkers, maybe you're not a leftist, maybe you're a centrist. I know I don't have many right-wingers come to my thing. I think it's mostly leftists. If you are a leftist, make it easy for people to be a leftist, okay? Make it easy for people to have these opinions. For people to be part of a movement. Make it easy. Make it simple. Don't gatekeep. Don't gatekeep. Because the irrationality of that gatekeeping is going to cause more harm than it is going to cause any good. Okay? Don't gatekeep. No matter how much you think you may know from another person who is wanting to join a leftist movement, like, you got to be able to communicate better. You got to be able to attract people into that movement better. You are not going to do that by gatekeeping and telling people not to do this, that, etc. Remember, we are in a world that is moving at breakneck speed towards oblivion. Breakneck speed towards oblivion. We have to use the tools we have to try and stop it. That's the only logical thing we can do. If we are not using the tools available to us, we will just fail. Just think about it from everyone's perspective. No one is trying. Everyone is, especially like people who come to these sorts of lives, other leftist lives. Everyone's there because they feel like the world is getting out of hand, and they want some way to be able to, at least find some purpose about how they should, lead the next chapters of their lives. Even if it's a small change that people make, it's worth it. So to just like completely shut people out because of this stuff, like I am a zero fucks given sort of guy. But imagine if people came in and, tried to out-intellect someone because they were using AI to do something about, a thing they're organizing. And some idiot came in and said, hey, you're organizing for that. You shouldn't use AI because of X, Y, and Z. It's like, are you crazy? Like, I even struggle to like, you could go into so many different things, like using the chat on Twitch, using the chat. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Using the chat feature on Twitch is using AI because they have AI bots scanning chat. Using TikTok is using AI. Using anything today is using AI. It's just ridiculous to gatekeep tools that can be useful to organizing and can be useful to educate. It's just not necessary. It's just not necessary. We can't keep doing this to ourselves and then cause our own movements harm because we just can't suck it up and use the tools we have available to us. Anyway, guys, fuck, man. It's like I have to talk about this every time. Or they shut them out completely and make the claim that anyone who uses AI isn't a real leftist. Like, come the fuck on, people, yeah? Let leftists program AI, not Nazis. Joseph, the thing about AI is it's constantly learning with the data you put in. So if less leftists use AI, it will become more right-wing. Like, it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. I think soon enough, the only ways to being a non-AI Jesus... Grok is woke and gay, Joseph. Grok is woke and gay. Elon hates Grok. Grok is woke and gay. He has to keep reprogramming that shit to stop being woke and gay, and it keeps getting woker and gayer. If you have the capacity to be vegan, it offsets AI negative impacts. Ranvel, the way I see about the way I see boycotts, etc., boycotts can also be a game of percentages, right? If you can reduce your intake of harmful type of foods by, like, say 95%, 95%, I think that's still a boycott win. I think that's still a boycott win. I think we've got to work in percentages. For example, this is my Samsung S22 Ultra, Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra, S22. You've got S26 now, I think. So this is years old. Okay, 90% of the time I spend on this phone, 90 to 95, 90 to 95% of the time I spend on this phone is to share news. And, you know, you look at social media, reply to comments on posts, or, you know, use Discord or whatever it may be. 5 to 10% of the time, I'm like watching videos while going to bed or something like that, right? But I think if you have a phone and you're worried that, you know, Congo is getting stripped of its minerals, etc., if you're worried about Congo, etc., use the tool for activism. If you're currently being an activist, say 10% of the time or 5% of the time on your brand new shiny Samsung S26 Ultra, don't guilt yourself into like not acting. Use it 20% of the time for activism or 30% of the time for activism. You have a tool with you, a powerful tool. If you've invested in it, don't cry over like, oh shit, I'm guilty now because I got it. Use it for activism. My computer here, all of these tools, 100% use for activism. Every single fucking day. Okay, 98%. 2% of the time I'm watching highlights. Percentages matter, guys. If you want to, you know, stop eating a certain type of meat because it's causing, but you can't stop it by like 50%. Cut it down by half. All of these things matter. Play the game of percentages. Just be in the favor of progress. That's all. That's all I can ask. I'll never sit here and go, you should be this way. You should be that way. I'm just going to say, you know, play the game of percentages. Just do a little bit more than you did today. Right? Who does it benefit to say, stop doing this, stop doing that? No, this is not good. That's not good. Don't do that. Don't do this. It helps nobody. Anyway. I think, Ranville, you will get a lot more success if you came up with a plan to help people reduce their meat intake. And that is the way you can truly, truly start building, I think, start organizing around your movement, which is veganism, right? Ultimately to help save the planet through veganism. I think if you can help people reduce meat, I think it's still a massive impact. Life is a game of percentages, guys. Things can change based on very, very small changes over time. Okay? Very, very small changes. Life is a game of percentages. It is not ones and zeros. Vegans almost always ignore indigenous food culture. Yeah. I think we just need to be a little bit, we need to play the percentages game. Honestly, we do. I cannot sit here and tell people to be one way or the other. I just can't. It's too much fucking energy. I can tell fascists to fuck off, yes, because I don't like fascists. But that's my preference. I don't know what your preference is. I don't like white supremacist fascists. Like, hey, that's me. But other than that, okay, it's not just that, but you know what I mean. There are some things where you can say, no, not that, not those people. But I think some other things you can be flexible. Okay. Anyway, guys, hey, who can we raid today? Who can we raid tonight? Anyone? CC my clothes brush, like anybody? Do we have a raid target? Ooh. Let's raid Little Bear, eh? Little Bear. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, everybody. Apologies for the little preach at the end. I just felt... Oh, Yalla Yasmin? Is she on? Is Yalla Yasmin on? Okay, let's do Yalla Yasmin. I know she's doing fundraisers, right? Are you not getting tired of activism? Can you care about only you? Play a zombie shooter 24/7? Is that the only way I can care about me? Nah, man. I'm happy doing this. Like every time I'm here, I'm happy. Like this is my happy place. Like I love doing this. This is I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't see this like work or anything. It's just I spend every day doing this. Every single day I do it because it just makes sense to me. It's kind of like doesn't feel like work or anything like that. It's just I love it. All right, Raiders. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. But Raiders, get ready. Please say hi to Yalla Yasmin for me. I'm going to get horizontal and get some shut-eye. Take care, everyone. Here we go, Raiders. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy Yasmin's stream. Take care. Okay. Kakite TikTok. I will see you soon, okay? Kakite Pomarie. I will see you all soon. Take care. Same with YouTube. Kakite, everybody. Love all of you. Good night. Pomarie. Take care, Menda. Take care, everybody.